Следующий пункт повестки дня – выступление глубоко уважаемого генерального директора Всемирной организации здравоохранения «Состояние здравоохранения в мире». Для меня большая честь пригласить на трибуну доктора, генерального директора Всемирной организации здравоохранения, доктора Тедроса Адханом Гебрейсуса, который расскажет нам об основных достижениях и проблемах в области глобального здравоохранения, а также о работе Всемирной организации здравоохранения. В этом контексте, доктор Тедрос, вам слово.
Your Excellency and my sister, Honorable Minister Giniat, and my dear brother, Hans Kluge, Honorable Ministers, Heads of Delegation, dear colleagues and friends. Good morning, and it's an honor to be with you today. And I thank Your Excellency and the government and people of Kazakhstan for your hospitality in hosting yesterday's conference marking the anniversaries of the Almaty and Astana declarations. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank you for hosting our regional committee meeting. But as you all know, we meet at a dark time for our world and for this region. The Russian Federation's war on Ukraine is heading for a third year with no end in sight. In Armenia, WHO is responding to a humanitarian crisis with more than 100,000 people crossing from Karabakh in less than a week. Turkey is still recovering and rebuilding from the devastating earthquakes earlier this year. And the eruption of violence in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory has shocked and saddened all of us. The attacks by Hamas and other armed groups on the 7th of October that targeted Israeli civilians were horrific and unjustifiable, and it should be condemned. At the same time, WHO is gravely concerned about the health and well-being of civilians in Gaza, who are suffering from bombardment and siege. On Saturday, WHO supplies were among the first deliveries of humanitarian aid to enter Gaza from Egypt through the Rafah crossing. This is based on our discussion 10 days ago with President al-Sisi when I was attending the EMRO Regional Committee meeting. This is a good start, but it's nowhere near enough. And we need continuous access to Gaza, continuous flow. And I support the United Nations Secretary General's call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. I call for the immediate and safe release of hostages seized and taken into Gaza by Hamas and other armed groups, among them children, older people, and those who need urgent medical care. I continue to appeal to Israel and Hamas to abide by their obligations under international law to protect civilians and healthcare. And I appeal to Israel to restore supplies of electricity, water, and fuel, in general, unfettered access to Gaza. In our fractured and divided world, we must continue to seek common ground and common good. The only solution is dialogue, understanding, compassion, and peace. As we all know, war only brings devastation, tragedy, loss, untold suffering. I have seen it as a child. I witnessed it as a child. I don't remember anything except destruction. I was also trapped in the middle of war. What we get from war is destruction and horror. And I wish to be clear that as a United Nations agency, WHO is impartial and is committed to supporting the health and well-being of all Israelis and all Palestinians. The many crises in our world force have resulted in a record number of people on the move seeking to escape war or climate-related disasters. Many seek refuge in the relative safety and security of Europe. Like everybody else, they have health needs that must be met, but they often face severe difficulties in accessing the health services they need. So I welcome the action plan for refugee and migrant health, which you will consider this week. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, last month's United Nations General Assembly in New York was a historic one for health, with 3 high-level meetings on health issues. Member states approved strong political declarations on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, universal health coverage, and tuberculosis. All 3 are relevant to the work of this region, and all 3 depend on a strong WHO and a strong European region. I'm very pleased to note that the regional director's report, the progress you have made against the European program of work. Over the past 6 years, WHO has undergone the most significant transformation in its history, grounded in a bold new strategy, the 13th General Program of Work. As you know, we are now working with member states to develop the 14th General Program of Work for 2005 to 2028. In my address to the Regional Committee last year, I outlined 5 priorities, the 5 Ps, which are now becoming the basis of GPW 14 to promote, provide, protect, power, and perform for health. A few words on each. The first priority is to promote health and prevent disease by addressing its root causes. In the air people breathe, the products they consume, and the conditions in which they live and work. This is especially important for the prevention of non-communicable diseases, which account for almost 90% of death in this region. Action to reduce tobacco use and harmful alcohol use are particularly important for this region. While rates of tobacco and alcohol use have decreased in the region, they remain among the highest in the world. Improving diets and increasing physical activity must be key priorities for all member states, as must be action to reduce emissions to address climate change. I note with alarm that the average temperature in this region has increased almost twice as much as the global average. I welcome the Budapest Declaration on Environment and Health, and I know that the regional director and his team are committed to supporting member states to implement it. I'm also looking forward to COP28 in the United Arab Emirates in December, which for the first time will include a day dedicated to health. And I'd like to use this opportunity to thank the United Arab Emirates, and I encourage all member states to participate actively. The second priority is to provide health by radically reorienting health systems towards primary health care as the foundation of universal health coverage. The most recent edition of the Global Monitoring Report on UHC, published just a few weeks ago, shows that the European region enjoys relatively high service coverage and relatively low levels of catastrophic out-of-pocket health spending. Of this, you should be proud. However, there are of course wide variations between member states, and the data shows that the households with the highest levels of catastrophic health spending are those with the lowest incomes. Protecting the most vulnerable populations from financial hardship caused by out-of-pocket health spending must be a key priority for all member states. A strong health and care workforce is the backbone of a strong health system. So I welcome the framework for action on the health and care workforce, which you will consider this week. We also continue to remind countries to respect the global code of practice on the international recruitment of health personnel, and in particular to protect the 55 countries on the support and safeguards list against international recruitment. The third priority is to protect health by preparing countries to mitigate health risks and to rapidly detect and respond to both acute and protracted health emergencies. We are all aware of the many crises afflicting our world, and this region, from the refugee crisis in Armenia to the violence in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory, the devastating earthquakes in Turkey, and the war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, regionally and globally, the same vulnerabilities that COVID-19 exposed persist. During the pandemic, all countries built new capacities to prevent and control epidemics and pandemics. I urge all member states to sustain those gains and not slip back into the cycle of panic and neglect. The investments you have made must not go to waste, and we must not forget the painful lessons we have learned. The new pandemic agreement and targeted amendments to the international health regulations will provide the vital legal foundations for this architecture. I am pleased to note that the Bureau of the International Negotiating Body, IMB, has now completed its draft of the negotiating text of the pandemic agreement, which has been circulated to member states. And this will help the discussion to really focus on the sticky or the important issues. At the same time, I am aware that there remain differences between member states on critical issues. I'm concerned that negotiations are moving too slowly and that the accord may not be agreed in time for next year's World Health Assembly. I urge all member states to work with a sense of urgency, with a particular focus on resolving the most difficult and contentious issues, so that we can have the deal by May 2024 as agreed. This is a unique opportunity that we must not miss to put in place a comprehensive agreement that addresses all of the lessons learned during the pandemic with a particular emphasis on equity. This is a generational agreement that should only be written by this generation, who is the lived community because of its experience during the pandemic. And we have a responsibility. Promoting, providing, and protecting health are proposed at the 3 key priorities for all member states in the 14th General Program of Work. The other 2 P's, powering and performing for health, are enablers for the first 3. Powering health means harnessing the power of science, research and development, data and digital technologies. I congratulate the regional office for the progress made under the flagship initiative on digital health in support of the WHO Global Strategy on Digital Health. I also thank the European Commission for its partnership and support in establishing the WHO Global Digital Health Certification Network earlier this year. And we value our partnership, and it's going from strength to strength, as the Commissioner, Madam Stella, had said earlier. At the global level, WHO has recently launched the Global Initiative on Digital Health at the G20 Health Ministers meeting in India. The Global Initiative will support member states by converging and convening global standards, best practices, and resources for digital health transformation rooted in people-centered, evidence-based solutions. And the final P, performing for health, is about the work we are doing at the Secretariat to support you better. In particular, one of my key focuses for the remainder of my second term is to strengthen our country offices with a core country presence, delegation of authority, adequate financial and human resources, the implementation of global mobility, enhanced internal communications, and more. And this initiative is led by the country office heads themselves. To support these efforts, I have squeezed $100 million from our budget to allocate to country offices. Our program budget for the next biennium is also the first in which country offices will be allocated more than half of the total budget for the biennium. Strong country offices can help countries, member states, based on their priorities to achieve the SDGs. That's why we're fully focused at strengthening our country offices. I'm especially pleased to note that in this region, there is now, for the first time, parity between the number of staff in country offices and the number in the regional offices. Thank you, Hans, for that progress. And we have already increased funding flows to regions and countries, and the more flexible funding we receive, the more we can increase that amount, meaning further strengthening, continuing to strengthen our country offices. Our work to strengthen country offices will benefit greatly from the 20% increase in assessed contributions and by the proposal for an investment round, both of which you approved at this year's World Health Assembly. And thank you so much for that support. We are also continuing our efforts to strengthen our workforce to achieve gender equity at all levels and to make zero tolerance for all forms of sexual misconduct a reality and not merely a slogan. And by the way, for your information, we have achieved parity this year, gender parity overall, the average, but we need to continue to work, especially the high-level positions like country office heads and director level, where there is still not achieved, the parity is not achieved. Excellencies, thank you all once again for your continued commitment to promoting, providing, protecting, powering, and performing for health in Europe. And I wish you all a very productive and successful regional conference. And to our hosts, to our sister, Minister Guinea, thank you so much. And on tomorrow's Republic's Day, we congratulate you, and I say, Republik Merikes Hutte Bulsen. Rahmet.
Большое спасибо, доктор Тедрос, за ваши слова поддержки и надежды, а также видение и лидерство. Мы убеждены в том, что сейчас как никогда важна роль, которую Всемирная организация здравоохранения должна играть в сохранении, укреплении здоровья в европейском регионе и во всем мире. Мы благодарим вас за ваше выступление, уважаемый доктор Тедрос, и объединим дискуссию со следующим пунктом повестки дня. Но на этом этапе я предлагаю сделать немного перерыв. Во время перерыва я приглашаю делегатов посетить выставочную зону, которая находится в фойе. Выставка посвящена темам, демонстрирующим яркие примеры инноваций в здравоохранении. В том числе Казахстан будет рассказывать про цифровизацию в системе здравоохранения. Вас ждет вице-министр и сотрудники Министерства здравоохранения. Приглашаю всех посетить выставку. Пожалуйста, возвращайтесь через 30 минут. Мы вас здесь ждем. С возвращением, уважаемые участники! Надеюсь, вы узнали очень много интересного и взбодрились чашкой кофе. Сейчас я хотела бы пригласить директора Европейского регионального бюро ВОЗ, доктора Ханса Клюге, рассказать нам о многочисленных впечатляющих событиях и мероприятиях, имеющих место за последний год, а также о достижениях в области общественного здравоохранения в нашем регионе. Уважаемый доктор Клюге, мы знаем, что вы и ваша команда очень активно работали с тех пор, как мы работали вместе в Тель-Авиве, в Израиле. Мы благодарны вам за то, что вы всегда держите нас в курсе событий посредством регулярного общения с нами в брифингах, на заседаниях ПКРК, через ваши страновые миссии и в контексте важных событий, таких как недавнее принятие дорожной карты стран для Центральной Азии на встрече глав государств в Таджикистане. Доктор Клюге, вам слово.
Dear President of the Regional Committee, my very good friend, Minister of Health of Kazakhstan, Dr. Azar Ginyat, my big brother, Director General, Dr. Tedros, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, what a great pleasure to see all of you back in person 1 year after the formidable Regional Committee we had in Tel Aviv in Israel. I want to say a very big thank you to Daraba, particularly to my friend, our friend, Dr. Asher Salomon, the man who arranged everything from the big vision to the small transport detail. No doubt, this region committee will be as memorable as last year. It is taking place in the country where 45 years ago, the most significant pages of WHO's history and contemporary public health were written through the Alma Ata Declaration on Primary Healthcare. And there are many more celebrations to do. It is the 5th year of the Astana Declaration on Primary Healthcare, the 15th anniversary of the Tallinn Charter on Health and Wealth, 25 years of the European Observatory, and of course, 75 years of our own organization, the World Health Organization. 2023 was a year commemorating key historic commitments to improve health and health systems in the region and beyond. Sadly, 2023 was also the year where health crises continued to rage through our region. With a devastating war in Ukraine, with now more than 1,700 child casualties, with 2 major earthquakes in Turkey, with a mass population movement from Karabakh to Armenia, compounded by an explosion at a gas station with many burned people, where immediately we provided assistance, with now hundreds and hundreds of children being killed in the war in Israel and Gaza. And just like Dr. Tedros, at the WHO Regional Office for Europe, we strongly condemn the atrocious, unjustified attacks by Hamas to the innocent Israeli people, and we call upon the immediate release of all hostages which were taken into Gaza many of them elderly people, children who also are in need of medical care. And we call upon all parties to engage under the rules of the international humanitarian law, particularly protecting the citizens and the healthcare workers. The WHO European region, my friends, is no longer the disaster-resilient region that we believed it was. Yes, we learned a lot of lessons from the COVID-19, from successfully controlling the mpox, moving towards elimination, from swiftly controlling the polio outbreaks thanks to the political commitment from the governments of Tajikistan, Israel, and Ukraine, but we just cannot let our guard go down. Many member states have asked us to work towards resilience as an answer to the perma crisis. Resilience means bouncing back stronger from a crisis. And the program of the Region Committee fits very well into this vision, building upon the dual track approach which I called for in Tel Aviv last year. And I recognize 3 pillars under a resilient region, which is the title of my annual address to you today. First, resilient governance. Second, a resilient health system. And third, resilient people. And I will now take you through those 3 pillars. First, resilient governance. What does it mean? It means a governance which is participatory, which is aligned with the global processes, and ultimately towards a resilient WHO. Let's start with participatory governance. During the meetings of the WHO governing bodies, many of you member states have expressed the wish to exercise your role as a governor of WHO even more participatory. I myself, I always shared this wish since from the beginning of my mandate. I believed that WHO can only exercise its mandate by listening to the real and changing needs and expectations of the member states. Participatory governance will, number 1, strengthen the trust of the member states. Number 2, ensure transparency and accountability. And number 3, very important, benefit from the huge experience in all your member states to drive WHO policies. I would like to thank Professor Marat Sharanov, the chair of the Standing Committee of the Regional Committee, Ms. Anna Vexberg, the vice chair of the SDRC, and all SDRC members for their strong support to us implementing many initiatives since Tel Aviv to strengthen participatory governance. Just a few examples. Number 1, we commissioned an external review of WHO Europe governance involving member states and non-state actors. Number 2, we made changes in the program of the Regional Committee this year, particularly moving governance, budget and management to day 2, so there will be ample time for debate. Number 3, we have done a lot of efforts to increase drastically the number of member state briefings, both virtually and physically, including during the governing body meetings in Geneva. Let's also remember that we conducted 2 special sessions of the Regional Committee under watertight conditions, for which I would like to thank Ms. Egle Granzieri from WHO headquarters for the tremendous support. In between the governing body meetings, I always keep both the SCRC and the European EB members informed of graded emergencies and my own country missions. Upon your request, we worked very hard to make the process of elections and nominations even more transparent and predictable. And we put a lot of effort to align between the capitals and the permanent missions in Geneva. I would like to thank here Gabriel Jacob, who has assumed her new role as the regional advisor on governance, and also warmly thank our friend Willy Palm for tremendous job on governance the last 3 years, and who I have asked now to support our office in Brussels temporarily in the context of the EU presidencies. But ultimately, for me, the best way to increase the participatory nature of WHO Europe governance is through my country missions. Since Tel Aviv last year, I conducted 33 country missions, which gave me the unique opportunity to interact directly with the Minister of Health, senior health officials, all of you, patients and civil society. And I must say that I stand in awe for all your healthcare workers doing an amazing job in very difficult circumstances. The second feature of resilient governance is alignment with the global processes. A first dimension of alignment I see is with the agenda of the United Nations Secretary General to work as a one WHO. UN Secretary General, who recently held the Sustainable Development Goals Summit, which sought renewed impetus towards the SDGs. How did we contribute and align as a region? One example. In March, we convened for the first time the WHO European High-Level Forum on Health in the Well-being Economy, which was opened by no one less than the Prime Minister of Iceland, our good friend Katrín Jakobsdóttir, who in a very inspiring speech demonstrated that with high political commitment, whole of government approach, social participation, new fiscal strategies and metrics, it is possible to shape an economy which goes beyond mere benefit and promote health and well-being of everyone in a society. Because let's not forget that 81% of the Europeans believe that reducing inequities should be at the top of the political agenda, and that trust is being built when ordinary people feel the concrete benefits of policies which are designed to protect their lives and livelihoods. This is critical if we want to rebuild socially inclusive societies that are healthy. I myself had a unique opportunity to see how an economy of well-being works on the ground when I was invited by the Prime Minister to Reykjavik in Magic Iceland. I could speak to the people of Iceland, the Prime Minister, my very good sports friend, the Minister of Health, Willem Tortorsen, and my new friend, the Minister of Finance, Bjarni Ben, who patiently explained me Iceland's learning around well-being economy and committed to go with us to Davos next year. Now, can you imagine how proud we were 1 month ago when the Prime Minister met United Nations Secretary General and informed him of our pioneering work and invited him to our region to participate at the second WHO European High-Level Forum on Health and Economy. A second dimension of alignment is obviously with the WHO global policies. We are working very hard now to provide a strong pan-European input into the 28th United Nations Climate Change Conference, which for the first time will have a Health Day, the 3rd of December in Dubai, and please everyone support that Health Day, because it was our region which brokered new political commitments towards health and environment through the historical Budapest Declaration around the triple crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, environmental pollution at the 7th Ministerial Conference on Environment and Health, and the patron of the conference was Madam President Katalin Novak herself. So I want to say a very big thank you, köszönöm, to the Minister of Health and Interior, Sandor Pinter, the Minister of State for Health, Peter Jakas, the Minister of Energy, Csaba Lantos, who was with us the whole time, and of course my good friend, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Peter Sigarto. We were also walking the talk during the conference on health and environment. I remember that Minister Csaba Lantos of Energy was hosting an amazing ministerial lunch, which was vegan. And he was looking to me and he told Dr. Kluge, my children will never believe that for the first time in my life, I am eating Hungarian goulash without meatballs. So which high political commitment you can have. The third dimension of alignment is what I call inter-regional collaboration, strengthening the unity and the internal coherence of WHO. In March, I co-hosted with the regional director of EMRO, Dr. Ahmed Al-Mandari, and the regional director of AFRO, Dr. Moete Chihedi, the second high-level tri-regional meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt on migrant health. We started it in Istanbul last year, and Dr. Moete will host it, the third one, next year in Africa. 4 months later, we then launched an inter-country platform in our region to exchange innovative practices between 7 neighboring countries hosting displaced populations from Ukraine, and this was under the impulse of the Global Health Ambassador of Slovakia, my good friend, Professor Josef Svoboda, and thank you so much, Josef, for pushing that innovation. Many of you know how close I am to the Southeast region, ever since I left working in Myanmar and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That's why I was very delighted when the regional director of CEARO, Dr. Poonam Singh, invited me, together with Dr. Tedros, in August to Gandhinagar, Gujarat, to the Ministerial Summit to End TB, which actually paved the way for a strategic partnership between our regions on TB and MDR-TB. We also joined the forces with WEPRO on digital solutions for a rapidly aging population, and in March, the regional director of PAHO, Dr. Jarbas, the Assistant Secretary Lois Pace of the US Department for Health and Human Services, and myself signed a new transatlantic partnership agreement to strengthen global health systems and also include some innovative work streams, like, for example, to work with the Inuit community in the Arctic, because we should not forget it's our region which has the bulk of the Arctic region, and we should be proud of it. That's why I was so humbled to be the first regional director in history to go on mission to Greenland. And I did it together with Dr. Søren Brøstrøm, at that time the Director General of the Danish Health Authority, who I would like to thank for his support and the support of Denmark to my mission. And I really stand in admiration for the Minister of Health of Greenland, Mimi Karlsen, Dr. Nikki Bertelsen, the head of the Department of Health, for their leadership during COVID-19 and for our camaraderie. We went here, you see on the picture, hours and hours sailing through the ice floes to arrive at one fisher village. And at the left you see Akka, one of those many unsung primary healthcare heroes who is serving her community with empathy, with self-made expertise, because she's part-time health assistant, part-time boat mechanic, and with telemedicine, which literally is saving lives in Greenland. Dear friends, this inter-regional dimension makes our countries stronger at home and more visible abroad. And it's a great platform, post-pandemic, to work together towards attaining global health equity, including on climate change financing and vaccine technology transfer. Because the one thing that I learned during the COVID-19, it is that this traditional North Global South humanitarianism is no longer working, and we have a lot to learn from lower income regions, not at least on community care. The third feature then of resilient governance, you are my governors, because you want a resilient WHO, one which bounces back stronger from a crisis, which means a WHO which is empowered, which is financed, which is agile and country-focused, and ultimately science-driven. Empowered. We are only as strong as the teeth that you are giving us. That's why I would like to warmly thank every one of you for having facilitated, since I became regional director, in 40 countries meetings with the president or heads of government, which is very important. Coming out of the pandemic, cost of living crisis, energy crisis, lot of pressure on domestic health budgets, that WHO stands together with you towards the head of state, the prime minister, to keep health and health workforce at the top of the political agenda. I would like to illustrate this with one unicum in the history of WHO Europe. Recently, the president of Tajikistan, Excellency Emomali Rahmon, invited the WHO Regional Office for Europe for the first time to the annual meeting of the 5 presidents, the C5 of Central Asia. And not just to invite, for the first time we got a Central Asia roadmap on health and well-being, the so-called, let's say, Central Asia EPW endorsed, which tremendously now empowers the health leadership across all 5 Central Asian countries. And thank you so much to Excellency Emomali Rahmon. Thank you to the President of Kyrgyzstan, President Sadir Japarov, President of our beautiful host country, Kasim Jomart Tokayev, the President of Uzbekistan, Excellency Shafkat Mirziyoyev, and the President of Turkmenistan, Excellency Serdar Berdimuhamedov. And you see that the President on that occasion of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, was also invited. The roadmap is around strengthening international health regulations, tuberculosis-free Central Asia, health and environment around the RLC, very, very important, One Health and non-communicable diseases. We have worked months for this, but honestly, all the credit goes to the 5 ministers of health, to you, Dr. Azar Ginyat, Rahmet, who from the very beginning was a great, great supporter, to you, my friend from Kyrgyzstan, the Minister of Health, Dr. Alim Kadir Beshinaliyev, who was very supportive. Of course, my brother from Tajikistan, the Minister of Health and Social Protection, Dr. Yamruddin Abdullozadeh, my brother from Turkmenistan, the Minister of Health and Medical Industry, Minister Dr. Atagalgi Kakadurgevich Germanov, and finally, of course, my brother from Uzbekistan, Dr. Amrilo Inyatov. Bravo, tour de force. Central Asia, my friends, is one of the very few applicants to the pandemic fund on One Health which received it. We gave a lot of support also together with the World Bank, but I want to thank also the Assistant Director General, Bruce Elward, who is with us, who from the very beginning was a very strong support to this proposal. Resilient WHO, we need to be financed sustainably and predictably. Over the last 4 years, we saw an almost 3-fold increase in the resources managed by Euro, from $365 million to $991, almost $1 billion. This unprecedented increase demonstrates the demand on WHO in this region for its normative, technical, emergency response work, and of course, a strong backing of the European Programme of Work. I want to thank all of you countries for helping us to increase and, more important, diversify this funding base, which made, for the first time, and by the way, this was my campaign commitment to you 4 years ago, to have a clean financial balance sheet. There was a history in WHO Euro. At the end of each biennium, we finish with a debt and we have to ask for a loan. For the second consecutive biennium, we have a clean financial balance sheet and we don't have to ask for a bailout. I could have never done this without your trust. I always felt that you have my back. And I could have never done it without the incredible dedication of all Euro workforce. I'm very proud of them. And my relation with the Staff Association, and particularly I want to thank here the President, Anita Stefin, for our monthly, free, frank, and friendly talks. Thank you in particularly to Germany for the great support financially to WHO, Dankeschön, to the European Union, to the United States of America, but we also tapped in some unprecedented sources. For example, Novo Nordisk, Islamic Development Bank, ASEF, Asia Europe Foundation with Japan, and I have to say, Dr. Gaga, a very big Evcharistopouli to your Prime Minister, my good friend Kyriakos Mitsotakis, who gives an enormous support to our youth mental health program and quality of care, which is so important. My request to you, dear delegates, please support Dr. Tedros and all of us in the investment round in November next year. Third feature, resilient WHO has to be agile and country-focused. The large emergencies since 2020 presented an immediate exponential change impacting all business operations in our WHO region office. The staff workforce increased with 43%, mainly attributed to the increase of 87% in the country office. And like my big brother, Dr. Tedros told, first time in history, first time, we have parity. 50% Copenhagen, 50% in the country offices, which is the translation of the European program of work in which all of you have put your trust when I became the regional director. But despite of the sudden expansion, we did maintain both gender and geographical distribution. 55% of our staff is female, and we have 83 nationalities. No any WHO major office has this. My friends, I want to tell you, diversity in WHO Euro is no empty word. One of my first initiatives was the implementation of a business process automation project because I inherited a completely paper-based office. We're almost there, evidenced by the fact that WHO Afro is now adopting our systems. We also saw that this was a period with an unprecedented number of attacks on our IT infrastructure, which so far, touch wood, we managed, and closing 100% of cybersecurity vulnerabilities identified by the editors. There was one business operation area which was quite new for our office, procurement, which was quite low, $55 million a biennium, which now tripled to $164 million. But we did maintain strong support, proper training, oversight to our country offices, which all of a sudden had to manage huge amounts of funding according to financial rules and regulations. And maybe the thing I'm most proud of is that the external audit of the WHO Regional Office for Europe in 2022 resulted in an unqualified report with 0 high-risk recommendations, which is available for every one of you. But I could never have done this without my right hand for business operations, Mr. David Allen, who was like a rock at my side during the many, many sleepless nights. Of course, we realized that this new context of the business operations meant a lot of pressure on our staff. And that's why since 2021, we started to implement annual staff health and well-being surveys. Staff reports signs of burnout, about 30% of them, and 60% face unsustainable high workload. I have taken this as a top priority with a dedicated unit directly reporting to me in my director office with special support in coordination with the coordinator for the prevention of sexual abuse and harassment, very important, zero tolerance, the ombudsperson, the staff physician, and the staff counselor. With all of this, dear delegates, dear friends, it means that the WHO Regional Office for Europe is the fastest growing WHO major office in the world. And it meant that our business model was completely outdated. That's why, after consulting 2 times my governing board, for every major decision, I consult my governing board, the standing committee of the regional committee. 2 times I consulted Dr. Tedros. 2 times the Assistant Director General, Raúl Tomás, of Business Operations. I want to thank Raúl. After that, I decided in July to open a new WHO enabling hub in Turkey, in Istanbul, which now permits us to fast-track recruit 32 staff in the business operations alone and still saving $1 million. I would like to thank my very good friend, actually, he told, I should say, his brother, Minister of Health of Turkey, Dr. Fahrettin Koca, Teşekkür ederim, for prioritizing always WHO, and thank you also to Excellency, your President Erdogan, who met me, who is now personally overseeing the construction of a vibrant UN city in Istanbul. Last feature of a resilient WHO, We have to be science-driven. Remember my commitment to you in Tel Aviv last year? I had committed that I would commission an external review of how the WHO Regional Office for Europe is generating and disseminating evidence to inform policy and offer credible scientific advice to its member states. Here, I would like to say a very big thank you to Professor Martin McKee of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and his colleague Una, who worked, very important, hand in hand with Dr. Jeremy Farrar, the chief scientist of WHO Global, to conduct this. There is a summary included in your background documents. I want to assure you that I'm very committed to strengthen the scientific leadership of the WHO Regional Office for Europe, including the quality assurance mechanisms, its relevance, and the broad and timely dissemination of maybe less documents, but a little bit higher quality. Dear delegates, of course, I realize there is much more that we can do on governance, and we shall do more. WHO is a member state-driven organization, and this shall never be forgotten. I commit to you, as your regional director, that we will diligently implement the recommendations of the review of the governance under the guidance of the Standing Committee of the Regional Committee and report to you back next year at the Regional Committee in Copenhagen. The second pillar of a resilient region is resilient health systems. Remember where we were in Tel Aviv last year. We were exhausted, but we were hopeful. With the bulk of the COVID-19 pandemic behind us, we thought that our health systems would bounce back stronger from the crisis. And we did not. So what happened? 3 reasons. Number 1, we are facing a tremendous health and care workforce crisis. Last year, I called it a ticking time bomb. Frankly speaking, it has become quite dramatic. And this is part of a larger picture associated with demographic aging, increasing needs and expectations of a sicker population, and with shortage of labor force across all sectors. I remember during the July heat wave that Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Dr. Fern, and me had discussions on how we should think to prepare our health systems to withstand the extreme weather events due to climate change, that at the moment in the summer, usually health systems can breathe a little bit before the autumn. Again, they were under a lot of pressure and the health workforce, again, could not rest. And Dr. Fern and me called for a high-level discussion at the EU, WHO, and even at the United Nations General Assembly, not at least for the small island states. And thank you very much, Malta, for this leadership. The second big challenge is on medicines, both an unprecedented shortage of very essential medicines, as well as the rising cost of the innovative medicines. Actually, this links very much with one of the biggest health threats in the world, which is antibiotic resistance. Yes, several antibiotics have been receiving regulatory approval, but my friends, if you look at it, very few have really innovative characteristics. I would like to thank here Sweden really for a great leadership during the presidency, particularly the Minister of Health, Jakob Forssmed, and Akko Ankerberg Johansen, who put this very high, the AMR, on the agenda and allowed us to broaden it to the pan-European context, to have a consultation in Stockholm on our roadmap on AMR, which I count on all of you to support on Wednesday. And then the third challenge is that more and more ministers are telling me how difficult it becomes now to keep the same level of investment in health and health systems while we are just coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. What a paradox. We just lost 7 million people in the world unnecessary. And what does it mean, concrete? It means that we are not doing well on universal health coverage. The catastrophic out-of-pocket payment has been on the rise since 2010, with between 2% and 40% of our households being pushed into poverty due to ill health. And we are lagging behind on many amenable health system indicators. One, honestly, shamefully, in contrast with other regions, maternal mortality has been increasing 17% between 2016 and 2020. If people cannot afford to pay to go to the doctor or for their medicines, it's not only a practical problem, it's an ethical problem. Because people lose their trust in governments and they lose their trust in us, the health authorities. But then again, there are many good examples. I was recently in beautiful Tbilisi in Georgia, and I remember, Dr. Tamar, that we discussed with your minister, Dr. Azarashvili, how you managed through our joint work on price regulation, reference pricing, to decrease the price of oncology drugs with 45%, meaning that now Georgia can procure as double. Same for Belgium. Deputy Prime Minister Frank van den Broeke made a budget available of 5.5 million euro for young people up to 24 years who have it financially difficult so that they can go to the doctor and to the specialists. That are the innovations. So the way forward to strengthen our health systems and make them resilient are two words. One, trust. Two, transformation. And this will be the central tenet of the high-level meeting 12-13 December in Tallinn, Estonia, where we all wait for you to go forward on resilient health systems. Then the question is, how? There are three hows. Number one, to transform and to create trust, people. People need to be the agents of the transformation. Number two, digital. Digital need to be the modulators of transformation. And three, as we discussed globally yesterday, primary healthcare has to be the anchor of resilient health systems linked with fit-for-purpose hospitals, with the leadership. What does it mean, people? It means that we have to give the people more influence and power over their health and care, be it to make appointments themselves, having access to their own medical file, governments to recognize that the health and care workers are the beating heart of the health system. And here I would like to applaud Professor Alexandru Rafila, my good friend, the Minister of Health of Romania, who probably organized, dear Minister, the most important meeting this year on the future of the health and care workforce in Bucharest, Multimesc. Thank you so much. Very powerful Bucharest declaration around three issues which were mentioned time and again. One, retention, particularly in the rural areas. Two, working conditions. Three, mental health and well-being. Thank you so much, Professor Rafila, and also for being here and championing. On Wednesday, we count on you on the health workforce resolution. Again, amazing innovations at that fantastic meeting. I remember my good friend, the Minister of Health of Serbia, Professor Danica Grutic, who was telling that she made family medicine a mandatory specialty. Or my other good friend, the Minister of Health of the Republic of Moldova, Dr. Alan Nemerenko, who, I remember, Dr. Nemerenko, how much effort you put to have financial allowances for young specialists in the rural areas, which increased recruitment and retention in the rural areas. Digital solutions. Any digital solution we implement should be safe and ethically, including artificial intelligence. Very important. Speaking also as a previous clinical family doctor myself, healthcare workers have to be involved from the very beginning in development of those solutions. Because what you often see is that these digital solutions increase the workload instead of decreasing the workload. And we cannot leave elderly people and people in the rural areas behind. The key duty for WHO in digital is to safeguard equity. And here I want to say a very, very big obrigado. Thank you very much to the Minister of Health of Portugal, Manuel Pizarro, who organized in September the second WHO European Forum on the future of digital health, where there was a lot of exchange on innovations. I was myself there at the ministerial panel. I remember very well the Minister of Health of Armenia, for example, Dr. Anahit Avenesyan, who was telling how in Armenia the whole primary healthcare is digitalized. And one concept I never heard before, the intergenerational learning. that digital savvy children were educating their grandmothers, doctors in rural areas, to give them confidence into technology. Amazing. The third pillar of resilient health systems is primary healthcare. Primary healthcare, as we heard yesterday, we had 70 countries here, has to cater increasingly for mental, physical, and societal needs through multidisciplinary teams. So what we expect from resilient primary healthcare is that it caters for prevention. This is the handshake with public health. For compassionate care, what robotics cannot give, including palliative care, rehabilitative care. For sexual and reproductive health services, where frankly speaking, I'm a bit concerned looking in my region. For quick and accurate diagnosis, for effective treatment, which does not push the people into the poverty. And finally, to be a guide to the patients on complex care pathways. A person with cancer who has a shock, or with a rare disease, who cannot find his or her way. Yesterday, we celebrated the 45th anniversary of the Alma Ata Declaration. Rahmet, Dr. Azar Ginyat, for your leadership and for having mobilized, as you see, the head of state. Yesterday, President Tokayev himself was with us, putting primary healthcare as the top priority. This is the leadership that we need. And I felt very inspired, because I was here 5 years ago in Astana, and I felt that we did succeed to create a global primary healthcare movement, rooted on one hand in strong ethical values and principles. Same time, like the president was telling, we should be businesslike and pragmatic, he told. So implementing very effective, tailor-made solutions. The example here I would like to give is from North Macedonia, which has done a lot of work to increase the package of non-communicable diseases that GPs can prescribe and have the drugs for in the primary healthcare. Congratulations to Minister Fatimir. Primary healthcare, yes, but just like primary healthcare is transforming, the hospitals have to transform as well, and there has to be a strong link. Here I would like to say Choh Sahol to my good friend Dr. Timur Musayev, the Minister of Health of Azerbaijan, who organized a very important meeting. I believe for 20 countries, 250 participants, on the future of hospitals. And there were some very pivotal conclusions, I remember, on the contribution of hospitals to the local economy, how hospitals can empower rural care, transformation, and the climate change. Thank you so much, Dr. Timur Musayev, for your leadership. Ultimately, we're going to pull this off only if there is a strong link between political and public health leadership. And that's why really I would like to say un grand merci beaucoup to France for working with us with the School of Public Health of Bordeaux to prepare now for the second WHO European Public Health Leadership course, merci beaucoup, which we started with Italy, with the National Institute of Health, Grazie Mille in Rome. That was the first one, to educate the public health professionals with the new skills and competencies to tackle both today's and tomorrow's challenges. One of those skills is called global health diplomacy. Recently, our WHO office in Brussels organized the first WHO senior leadership dialogue on global health diplomacy. What does it mean? We have to be scientists, but also masters in what I call the very delicate choreography of political negotiations to know at which time to open which door to place health at the heart of the policy conversations. Finally, because we have such a rich variety of countries in our region, the sub-regional modus operandi remains very important. And here I would like to express my great appreciation to you, mon cher ami, Dr. Jean-Claude Schmitt, Chief Medical Officer of Luxembourg, your Minister Paulette Lenders for having hosted the fantastic 9th high-level meeting of the Small Countries Initiative in beautiful Luxembourg, where for the first time we had ministers of Bhutan, Seychelles, Barbados, North Macedonia, and Moldova. Merci beaucoup, Jean-Claude. Let me now come to the third and maybe the most important pillar if we want to become resilient in the region, the resilience of the people. What do we need for this? First, peace. Second, equity. Third, social participation. Peace. Peace, my friends, is an absolute prerequisite for both mental and physical resilience. UNICEF estimates that there are about 1.5 million children in Ukraine at high risk for depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress syndrome, and other mental health events with potential lifelong implications. Recent media reports estimate that there are now more than 20,000 amputees who need a prosthesis at a massive scale never seen since World War II. Reports of partners suggest that every single day, yesterday, today, tomorrow, there is one new spinal cord trauma injury. As of today, WHO has officially certified 1,300 attacks on healthcare in Ukraine, 8 in Israel, 62 in Gaza. My friends, what happened? I thought all of us were committed to health for all. I was raised as a medical doctor in a family of doctors and nurses. That a person in a white coat is untouchable. How can we kill our doctors and nurses? How can we bomb hospitals? There is no health without health workforce. The health workforce is the gold of our health system and society. There is no health without peace. There is no peace without health. The most important medicine that we need today is peace. Equity. Equity. What does all of this say, this perma crisis? My friends, what it means is that all these crises actually bleed into each other. They interconnect. They blur the artificial divisions we tend to make between non-communicable disease, communicable disease, environment and health, and personal health, crisis of one country versus the crisis of the other countries. The experience of the last 4 years makes it tragically simple to predict who will die first when the next crisis comes across the corner. 3 groups. Number 1, the people with the lowest power and resources in society. Number 2, the people with the lowest health reserves. The youngest, the oldest, in some society, the women. And third, the people with pre-existing chronic conditions. In Italy, the COVID-19 patients who died in the hospital, 2/3 had hypertension, 1/3 had diabetes type 2. In Spain, the COVID-19 patients with the most severe clinical manifestations, more than 40% had cardiovascular disease. Only when everyone in our beautiful region, in every corner, will have equal access to the same level of knowledge and resources, will we be able to create a resilient society, bouncing back stronger from a crisis. So our goal should be to work with all other sectors to ensure that every individual, citizen or migrant, independent of socioeconomic status, independent of sexual orientation, independent of ethnicity, has the same access to secure housing, nutritious food, education, affordable healthcare, and a social safety net, particularly during emergencies. And it's here where social participation goes hand in hand with the economy of well-being. Social participation. What we need to do is to put programs and policies in place that nurture people participation, that foster a culture of informed and active citizenship. By empowering individuals and the communities in our region, be it through health promotion, health education, health literacy, behavioral and cultural insights, only then will create a resilient society. And remember my dream when I came 4 years ago to all of your countries campaigning. My dream, I told you, was a region with a culture of health where everyone is empowered to make healthy lifestyle decisions. And let me give you a concrete example. We all know how many health benefits that regular physical activity has. Regular physical activity improves cognitive development, motor skills, self-esteem, social integration among children and adults, up to prevention of breast and colon cancer and diabetes. That's why in February it was very important that I launched with the Secretary General of the OECD our joint flagship report, Step Up, Tackling the Burden of Insufficient Physical Activity in Europe. It's amazing. We found that 1 out of 2 adults in our region never, ever does any form of physical activity. If all adults, and this study was in the 27 EU countries alone, would follow WHO recommendations, meaning 18 minutes a day, not intensive, moderate physical activity, walking, or like they do in Denmark, biking, then we could save more than 10,000 premature deaths a year and 8 billion euro or 0.6% of the healthcare expenditure. For this, we need leadership. And here I want to commend Dr. Azar Ginyat for always showing the way on physical activity, together with my brother, Dr. Tedros, who was there as well on the walk, the talk with the students too, and Dr. Tedros encouraging all the students to be physically active. We need a leadership, at the same time we need bottom-up approach. We need to see the youth as equal partners in health and well-being decision-making. That's why I was so proud. 25 September, in our TV studio in Copenhagen, we launched formally, first time, the Youth for Health Network, which, if we engage with them, is a tremendous force. We never had, by the way, in history, such a large generation of young people in the whole world. And I want to give a concrete example from Slovenia, the youth-led NGO, No Excuse Slovenia, where the youth went to the schools through peer-to-peer approach, talking with the pupils and making them active advocates for stricter tobacco control policy, for which they received the WHO World No Tobacco Day Award in 2019. Congratulations, Slovenia. Dear friends, I am finishing with the summary. You have asked, many of you have asked us to work towards a resilient region. For this, we need to work together on 3 pillars. We need to work together on resilient governance, which means participatory, aligned with global processes, and ultimately for a resilient WHO. We need to work together on a resilient health system around two words: trust and transformation, with the people as the agents, with digital as the modulators, and with primary healthcare at its core, connected with fit-for-purpose hospitals and a strong public health and political leadership. And finally, to work together towards resilient people. And what we need there, first and foremost, is peace, peace, and peace to protect the civilians, the healthcare workers in wars, and that everyone in a white coat is untouchable. And we can do it. It's the history of our region, and that's why I would like to finish with a beautiful proverb in the Kazakh national language from the famous Kazakh poet Abay. Laikti adam adamjat, öşün жұмыс istейді. Or in Russian, достойно трудиться для человечества. A person with dignity works for humanity. Thank you very much. Rahmet.
Большое спасибо, доктор Клюге, за эту впечатляющую, обзорную, всеобъемлющую презентацию. Спасибо вам за ваше лидерство в нашем регионе, за неугомонный труд, за вашу энергию. Спасибо еще раз. От имени делегации позвольте мне также поблагодарить вас за важную роль, которую региональное бюро играет в Европейском регионе Всемирной организации здравоохранения, и за ценную поддержку, которую оказывает государствам-членам, в частности, в реагировании на чрезвычайные ситуации в области здравоохранения в нашем регионе, с тем, чтобы никто не был оставлен без внимания. Теперь, уважаемые коллеги, участники заседания, я хотела бы открыть следующую по повестке дня тему. Это обсуждение состояния здоровья в Европейском регионе Всемирной организации здравоохранения. Открываем дискуссию и предлагаю делегатам выступить с комментариями к выступлению генерального директора и регионального директора, в дополнение к документам по этому пункту повестки дня. Позвольте мне пояснить, как мы будем организовывать наши дискуссии в ходе этого заседания. Обсуждение будет организовано в 3 этапа. Сначала государства-члены, затем международные партнеры, затем негосударственные организации или субъекты. Делегациям было предложено заранее сообщить, хотят ли они выступить. Многие из них уже зарегистрировались в заранее составленном списке выступающих. Им будет представлено слово в первую очередь. Участники могут следить за порядком выступления онлайн, также через свои смартфоны, ноутбуках, через приложение. Это должно гарантировать, что делегаты будут готовы, когда им будет представлено слово. Делегации, у которых не было возможности зарегистрироваться в заранее составленном списке ораторов, должны поднять таблички, чтобы заявить о своем желании выступить. Еще раз хочу напомнить, уважаемые делегаты, чтобы вы выступали в темпе, приемлемым для наших переводчиков. Делегации также могут направлять свои полные письменные заявления в секретариат для размещения на веб-сайте РК-73. Поскольку у нас очень плотный график, заранее благодарим вас за соблюдение согласованного регламента. Нам поможет таймер обратного отчета И я хотела бы напомнить делегатам о том, что групповые выступления длятся до 5 минут, а выступления сторон до 3 минут. Я объявляю дискуссию открытой. Так, по списку приглашаю Испанию выступить от имени государств-членов Европейского Союза, за которые последует сеть здравоохранения Юго-Восточной Европы. Испания, вам слово.
Rahmet, Honorable Chair, Distinguished Director General, Regional Director, Excellencies, colleagues, I have the honor of speaking on behalf of the European Union and its member states. This year marks the 75th anniversary of WHO's Constitution and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which enshrined the universal right to health and have contributed decisively to improve our quality life. But this anniversary is also an opportunity to tackle the challenges of today, with a view of achieving the Agenda 2030 and SDG number 3 in particular. Those hurdles and the ambition needed to overcome them are well reflected in the recent UNGA political declarations on PPPR, UHC, and tuberculosis. Excellencies, it is disheartening that, while we celebrate WHO's anniversary, we are dealing with human-made emergencies with immense impact on human health. We condemn Russia's unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms, including the 1,243 attacks on healthcare. The European Union fully supports and stands in solidarity with Ukraine and its people, and we thank WHO for its strong and relentless support to the government of Ukraine in its recovery and reform efforts. We also welcome the strengthening of the prevention and response to sexual exploitation, abuse and harassment, accentuated due to the heightened risk of sexual exploitation and abuse in Ukraine and refugee-receiving countries. The EU follows with concern the exodus of more than 100,000 Karabakh Armenians displaced in Armenia following Azerbaijan's military operation. We welcome the WHO's work to address their needs and urge Azerbaijan to grant unimpeded access to humanitarian organizations to meet those of the population still in the region. The EU condemns in the strongest possible terms Hamas and its brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks across Israel and deeply deplores the loss of lives. We strongly emphasize Israel's right to defend itself in line with humanitarian and international law in the face of such violent and indiscriminate attacks. We reiterate the importance to ensure the protection of all civilians at all times in line with international humanitarian law, and the importance of the provision of urgent humanitarian aid. We stand ready to continue supporting those civilians most in need in Gaza in coordination with partners, ensuring that such assistance is not abused by terrorist organizations. It is vitally important to provide urgent humanitarian aid to all those civilians who are in dire need of water, electricity, food, and medicine. We are horrified and appalled by attacks on the health infrastructure. The lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic require amendments of the IHR, as well as the adoption of an ambitious pandemic agreement with dedicated and comprehensive rules across the full cycle of pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. This new architecture should consider global needs and provide for access to data and a more equitable access to medical countermeasures for an efficient, fair, fast, and coordinated response to a pandemic. We support the adoption of the new European roadmap on antimicrobial resistance for 2023-2030 and a gender-responsive framework for action on the health and care workforce in the WHO European region for 2023-2030. We also welcome the adoption of the Budapest Declaration at the 7th Ministerial Conference on Environment and Health held in Budapest in July, while highlighting the need to promote healthy environments and reduce the persistent burden of ill health due to climate change, environmental pollution, and biodiversity loss. The development of environmental health policies must be facilitated, promoting the One Health approach. The Astana Declaration and the European Programme of Work 2020-2025 provided an international opportunity to highlight the importance of putting primary health care at the center of health systems. Investment in PHC should not be seen as an expense, but as an investment to ensure the sustainability and resilience of health systems and address prevalent and future challenges. Thank you so much, Rahmet.
Спасибо. Теперь я хотела бы представить слово представителям Боснии и Герцеговины, который выступит с групповым заявлением от имени сети здравоохранения Юго-Восточной Европы. И вам слово.
Your Excellencies, Director General, Regional Director, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to address you on behalf of the Member States of the Southeastern Europe Health Network that have associated themselves with this statement: the Republic of Albania, Bulgaria, Bosnia and Herzegovina, the State of Israel, Republic of Moldova, Montenegro, the Republic of North Macedonia, Romania, and the Republic of Serbia. Currently, Bosnia and Herzegovina holds the Southeastern European Health Network presidency, and it focuses its primary efforts and expertise to promote mental health reforms, namely community mental health services, including the ones in post-conflict settings. Special attention is given to the healthcare workforce and its mental health, mainly after the pandemic. In this respect, the Southeastern European Health Network member states are firmly committing to the health and care workforce in Europe Time to Act document that was presented at the WHO Euro Regional Committee meeting in Tel Aviv in September 2022, and that also builds upon the Bucharest Declaration that later was adopted during the high-level meeting held in Bucharest from March 22 to March 24, 2023. The framework outlined in this document encompasses 5 key pillars for action, mirroring those set forth in the Bucharest Declaration. It is noteworthy that the documents align closely with WHO Global Strategic Directions for Nursing and Midwifery, as well as the roadmap for the implementation of the WHO Global Strategic Directions for Nursing and Midwifery in the European region. Additionally, the action plan is in accordance with the principles outlined in the ICN Charter for Change titled Our Nurses, Our Future. In line with the above mentioned, the Southeastern Europe Health Network is especially committed to contribute to a couple of the 5 priorities by optimizing the performance of the healthcare workforce and striving for strategic investments in the healthcare workforce. Your Excellencies, furthermore, alongside our strong endorsement of the proposed resolution, we are delighted to announce a noteworthy development within the southeastern European region. Commencing this June, Romania is proudly serving as the host of the dedicated Regional Development Center for Nursing and Midwifery through the Order of Nurses, Midwives and Medical Assistants in Romania and operating under the auspice of the Southeastern Europe Health Network. This ground-breaking initiative harmonizes seamlessly with the strategic objectives under discussion that we firmly believe it will significantly move forward the nursing and midwifery agenda within our region and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Southeastern Europe's Health Network member states, we express the belief that we can achieve our goals in line with the WHO by complementing both organizations' efforts with real impact for healthcare professionals. At the same time, we urge Your Excellency Dr. Hans Kluge to provide his unwavering support, important guidance and strong leadership to achieve progress and improve the health and care of healthcare professionals and its states in the Southeast Europe region. Furthermore, we extend our heartfelt appreciation for the steady support and dedication evident in our ongoing bilateral and sub-regional collaborations. Thank you for your attention. Rahmet.
Спасибо большое. Слово предоставляется представителям Мальты подготовиться к Казахстану. Представителю Мальты представляется слово.
Chair, Director General Dr. Tedros, Regional Director Dr. Kluge, Excellencies, colleagues. Malta aligns itself with the statement delivered by Spain on behalf of the EU and its member states. Not since the birth of the World Health Organization, over 75 years ago, have political and social events in and in the vicinity of our region had such a direct and profound effect on the health and wellness of our citizens. The unprovoked aggression by the Russian Federation in Ukraine, the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas on Israel, and the sheer devastation and terrible unfolding humanitarian disaster happening before the world's eyes on the civilian population of Gaza must be high on the agenda of this regional committee. We applaud the Regional Director for his tireless support for the people and health workers of Ukraine. And we likewise congratulate and support Director General's strong and clear appeals for humanitarian ceasefire and aid in Gaza. DG and RD, please continue your efforts in pushing for an end to this terrible man-made suffering. Over these last years, migration across and into Europe has also had a toll on the health service capacity of many member states and has itself led to death and suffering in many instances. Here again, the WHO Regional Office for Europe has been vocal and is a leader. Madam Chair, climate change is here. We are the first generation to tangibly experience climate change. We are also the last generation with the opportunity to stop it. The health effects of climate change are clear, both directly on our more vulnerable citizens, as well as on our capacity to continue to offer comprehensive health services. Again, we cannot afford to ignore this major challenge anymore. Antimicrobial resistance is another existential threat facing our generation. Malta, together with Barbados, has been appointed co-facilitator by the President of the United Nations General Assembly for next year's high-level meeting on AMR. Now is the time to pool our efforts and create a meaningful roadmap to tackle antimicrobial resistance. And finally, Malta welcomes the leadership that WHO is showing in developing meaningful policies for the use of artificial intelligence in health and for addressing the health workforce shortages relative to the increasing healthcare demands. Thank you, Madam Chair, Minister and Government of Kazakhstan for the wonderful organization of this regional committee meeting.
Спасибо. Слово предоставляется представителю Казахстана подготовиться Италии.
Your Excellency, Director General, esteemed Regional Director, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As a member state, Kazakhstan remains unshakable in its commitment to principles and objectives set out in the European Programme of Work. Kazakhstan's strategic goals and vision align with the global health agenda, and we have worked diligently to translate aspiration into action. The foundation of any healthcare system is human resources. We'll place particular emphasis on developing a motivated and skilled workforce. Every year, the government provides grants to train the most in-demand specialists, gradually increases medical workers' salaries, and introduces an encouragement system based on achievement outcome indicators. By meeting their needs, we strive to improve the quality of care and strengthen the sustainability of our healthcare system. We continually invest in infrastructure, human resources, and technology that enhance our ability to respond to health challenges and emergencies. The global health crisis, regional conflicts, and unstable political situations in the region require working together to ensure that everyone has access to healthcare, especially the most vulnerable populations, including refugees and migrants. Central Asia has a long history of complex population movements, including both voluntary migration and forced displacement. We're committed to creating a safe environment for the health of migrants and refugees in the region. Our primary healthcare services provide equal access and comprehensive care to all citizens. As we navigate the complexities of population displacement, our commitment extends to addressing global health risks, with one of the most critical threats being antimicrobial resistance. Antimicrobial resistance is a looming threat, and Kazakhstan is committed to tackling the global challenge. We have implemented robust national strategies for responsible antimicrobial use, surveillance, and public education. Kazakhstan is taking the initiative to create a coalition of countries in support of primary healthcare. I invite our partners to support Kazakhstan's initiative and join the coalition to attract the attention of state and government leaders to health issues and promote the principles of primary healthcare at the global level. Kazakhstan is committed to actively participating in ongoing initiatives contributing to achieving regional health goals and sharing its experience to benefit all member states. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо. Слово предоставляется представителю Италии подготовиться Литве.
Chair, thank you for giving the floor and for hosting us in your beautiful country. Italy aligns itself with the statement they deliver on behalf of the EU and its member states, and would like to thank both the WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros, and the Regional Director for Europe, Dr. Klug, for their informative intervention and more in general for the impressive work that has been carried out during this past year in the WHO Europe. We need to acknowledge sadly that conflicts are still a key determinant and a major obstacle to health. Unprovoked and unjustified aggressions and terrorist attacks seriously affect the lives health and well-being of millions of civilians and the destruction of health facilities. In 2024, Italy will assume the presidency of the G7, a strategic multilateral forum to foster collaboration and synergies. Our priorities will revolve around the strengthening of the global health architecture, a reinforced commitment to lifelong prevention with a special focus on healthy aging, and the relevance of the One Health approach, especially to address the issue of antimicrobial resistance. We need to invest and protect our health professionals as the backbone of our health systems. Therefore, we gladly welcome the Bucharest Declaration on Healthcare Workforce, and we are looking forward for its implementation through the framework for the Action 2023-2030. We are concerned about the rising prevalence of mental health conditions, particularly among young people, and we urge the exploration of effective strategies to address this issue. We consider that innovation can offer relevant tools to empower health, and we demand the highest attention for sustained investment to support digital health. Last but not least, we believe that public health stakeholders will have to continue to engage with the finance and the economy sector to advocate and demonstrate how health is a public and economic resource to invest in policy that deliver well-being and fiscal resilience. We really need not to lose the momentum we got after the COVID-19 pandemics. In this sense, we praise the work of the Venice office, and we are looking forward to celebrating its 20th anniversary. Finally, we salute the Youth for Health initiative and their engagement at the regional level. Involving the new generation in the planning process and policy making will guarantee the possibility to attain a better and healthier future. Thank you, Rahmet.
Рахмет, слово предоставляется представителю Литвы подготовиться Германии.
Honorable Chair, Distinguished Director General, Regional Director, Excellencies, Lithuania fully aligns itself with statement made by Spain on behalf of the European Union and its member states. Lithuania commends the Regional Director for the comprehensive report on the health status and the European region, as well as WHO's dedication to promoting health for all, even amidst formidable challenges. Our hearts weigh heavy with concern for the ongoing man-made crises that affect public health. Lithuania strongly condemns Russia's unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, including the alarming attacks on healthcare facilities in the strongest possible terms. Lithuania expresses our unwavering support and solidarity to Ukraine. Looking forward to the future, we emphasize the imperative of both international collaboration and national preparedness in addressing global health alerts and emergencies. The inevitability of health crisis demands readiness, and Lithuania welcomes the preparedness strategy and the EMT initiative. Recognizing the pressing issues on aging population and climate-induced healthcare challenges, we prioritize the development of healthcare workforce, stressing multidisciplinary training and digital proficiency. We welcome the framework for action on the healthcare workforce in the WHO European region. Antimicrobial resistance remaining serious public health concern, Lithuania welcomes the European roadmap for antimicrobial resistance, which harmonizes with our commitment to the One Health approach. The AMR compass will prove invaluable and executing our national action plans. At last but not least, primary healthcare serves as the cornerstone for healthcare system, particularly in our path to recovery from the COVID-19 crisis. We appreciate yesterday's primary healthcare conference, which was very valuable. We assert that augmenting funding for primary care is not an expense, but a crucial investment essential for sustaining healthcare systems and confronting persistent challenges. Moreover, recognizing the evolving healthcare landscape, we underscore the imperative of expanding primary healthcare teams, equipping them to meet the intricate needs of multimorbid patients and increasing demands of our aging society. I thank you.
Рахмет. Слово предоставляется Германии, подготовиться Грузии.
Sehr geehrte Frau Vorsitzende, sehr geehrter Herr Generaldirektor, sehr geehrter Herr Generaldirektor, sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Deutschland schließt sich dem Statement der Europäischen Union vollumfänglich an. Leider kommen wir zusammen in Zeiten von Krieg, Terror und Gewalt in unserer europäischen Region der WHO. Und das hat immense Auswirkungen auf die Gesundheit. Krieg und Terror stehen all unseren Bemühungen um gesundheitliche Verbesserungen entgegen. Wir tagen hier in Astana, rund 3000 Kilometer von der Ukraine entfernt, wo die Russische Föderation einen grausamen, unprovozierten und ungerechtfertigten Angriffskrieg führt. Dieser russische Angriffskrieg verletzt das Recht auf Gesundheit täglich. Dieser Krieg muss beendet werden. Daher ist es richtig, dass das Fachbüro für nicht übertragbare Krankheiten nach Kopenhagen umgezogen ist. Die WHO als neutrale, aber leitende Instanz in der globalen Gesundheit muss auch in Kriegs- und Krisenfällen aktiv sein für die Gesundheit. Daher unterstützen wir die Aktivitäten des Regionalbüros für und in der Ukraine ausdrücklich. Wir sind schockiert angesichts des brutalen Angriffs der Hamas auf Israel. Auch hier wird das Recht auf Gesundheit täglich verletzt. Wir sichern Israel unsere uneingeschränkte Solidarität zu. Auch der Konflikt um Bergkarabach besorgt uns sehr. Daneben beeinflussen Pandemien die Gesundheit nachhaltig. So hat die Covid-19-Pandemie uns gezeigt, wir haben noch einen langen Weg bis zur Erreichung der Ziele für nachhaltige Entwicklung und der Ziele des europäischen Arbeitsprogramms vor uns. Wir setzen uns daher für ein erfolgreiches internationales Pandemieabkommen ein, das neben der Reaktion insbesondere auch Prävention und Pandemievorsorge einschließt. Die Pandemie hat uns gezeigt, wie wichtig Impfungen sind. Daher setzen wir uns auch weiterhin für Impfungen in der europäischen Region ein und befürworten die WHO-Aktionen. Wir brauchen eine starke Weltgesundheitsorganisation inklusive eines starken Regionalbüros für Europa, die sich für die Gesundheit in der europäischen Region der WHO sowie weltweit einsetzen. Das gilt auch für das Jahr 2023, in dem wir das 75-jährige Bestehen der WHO feiern. Insofern wünsche ich Ihnen allen, die zum Wirken der WHO beitragen, gutes Gelingen für die nächsten Jahre und Jahrzehnte. Vielen Dank.
Рахмет. Слово предоставляется Грузии, подготовиться Азербайджану.
Thank you, Madam President, Director General, Regional Director, Excellencies. It's my honor to address you on behalf of the Ministry for IDPs from the Occupied Territories, Labor, Health and Social Affairs of Georgia. Georgia recognizes the significant progress made in advancing global health over the years, as demonstrated by the Health commitment to achieving universal health coverage and promoting health and well-being for all. The European Programme of Work 2020-2025 and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development are pivotal frameworks that guide our collective efforts towards a healthier and more equitable future. Now, in the post-pandemic period, Georgia's health strategy is focused on strengthening health security agenda, fostering primary health care reforms, as well as building capacity of public health laboratories and health workforce. Over the last 10 years, Georgia has made significant progress in expanding universal health coverage and promoting health equity. Since its initiation, the UHC program achieved coverage for over 95% of the Georgian population that resulted in a substantial reduction of out-of-pocket payments in the healthcare system and improved clinical outcomes in maternal and child health, tuberculosis, HIV, and viral hepatitis. Over the past 2 years, the government has significantly increased its funding to achieve truly comprehensive coverage for people who need rehabilitation services, people with cancer. Substantial investment was made to improve funding for chronic disease drugs and cancer drugs. We recognize that success of the UHC program relies on skilled and motivated healthcare professionals in both hospital and community healthcare settings. Substantial initiatives are being implemented to improve motivation and build competencies of frontline providers for improving quality of care and patient experience. Georgia has recently introduced a new law to regulate nurses and midwives to make them a well-recognized professions and to improve their professional status and recognition in the system, which is directly linked to improving quality of care and clinical outcomes. Last year, Georgia was recognized as one of the collaborative centers for the World Health Organization on viral hepatitis elimination. We are very proud of this status. Last year, it was very busy year and active year, and we had delegations from various countries from the region. We stand ready to work hand in hand with our neighbors to improve hepatitis control in the region and achieve hepatitis-free status by 2030. I thank you for your attention.
Спасибо. Слово предоставляется Азербайджану, подготовиться Румынии.
Dear Director General, Dr. Tedros, dear Dr. Kluge, Madam President, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. 3 core priorities identified in EPW are well aligned with key directions of national healthcare system of Azerbaijan. Health promotion is central to achieve health-related sustainable development goals at the national level and build stronger healthcare systems. Life expectancy is rising globally, so we should prioritize health for all throughout the life's course. Along with fighting against certain diseases, We should focus on the roots of illnesses by means of promoting healthy lifestyle among all age groups of society. One of the targets of the 2022-2026 Social Economic Development Strategy of the Republic of Azerbaijan, approved by the decree of the President, is to ensure a healthy lifestyle for citizens. Healthy pregnancy is a prerequisite to give a baby a healthy start. Proper nutrition of children in early childhood, promotion of healthy lifestyles in educational institutions, physical activity for all population groups, staying away from bad habits, promotion of well-being are the priority directions defined in the National Public Health Agenda. The emergency situations occurred during the past few years have revealed the fragility of human civilization against unforeseen circumstances such as outbreak of life-threatening diseases, natural disasters, military conflicts. Better emergency preparedness and timely elimination of its consequences require a resilient global healthcare infrastructure. In order to mitigate the risk of global health and to achieve shock-resistant health systems, adequate measures should be implemented both internationally and at national levels. Access to essential medicines is problematic for 1/3 of population worldwide. The price of medicines is unaffordable for the least developed countries. Transfer of new technologies, review of pricing models, overcoming intellectual property obstacles, application of product development partnerships could facilitate access of population to essential drugs. Your Excellencies, sustainable development cannot be realized without peace and security. About 20% of territories of Azerbaijan was under occupation until 44-day patriotic war occurred in 2020, and last month Azerbaijan restored its sovereignty over the entire country. Now we are doing a huge work of restoration on rebuilding the liberated territories and return of internally displaced citizens to their lands. Provision of health services for Armenian residents of the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan has already been organized. However, the overwhelming contamination of the formerly occupied lands with mines and explosives causes a serious impediment to the Great Return process. Over 300 citizens, most of them civilians, have been killed or seriously injured because of mine explosion since the end of the Second Karabakh War. This is a serious challenge to our healthcare as well. Azerbaijan has become one of the most mine-contaminated countries in the world. In the end of my speech, I urge WHO to remain open to the calls of the modern world and be prepared to respond promptly and in time. Thank you for your attention.
Рахмет. Слово предоставляется Румынии, подготовится Словении.
Thank you, Honorable President, distinguished Director General, distinguished Regional Director, esteemed Ministers, Ambassadors, Delegates. Romania aligned itself with the statement delivered by the Kingdom of Spain on behalf of the European Union and its member states. We align also with the statement of Bosnia and Herzegovina on the behalf of Southeast European Health Network. Allow me to start by expressing gratitude to the WHO Regional Office for Europe and the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Kazakhstan for their diligent efforts in organizing this session of the Regional Committee. Secondly, I extend my appreciation to the Director General, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, and to our Regional Director, Dr. Hans-Henrik Kluge, for the strong leadership they have shown, the commitment to improve the healthcare services in our region and across the world, and also for their tireless efforts in ensuring that no one is left behind when health is concerned. In this regard, Romania condemns the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, with serious affecting millions of people to access health services. This year marked the 75th anniversary of WHO, during which we held numerous meetings addressing several critical topics. In March, we had the honor to host in Bucharest the high-level regional meeting on health and care workforce, in which the Bucharest Declaration on Health and Care Workforce was signed. During this year's World Health Assembly, we emphasized that this declaration must evolve from a mere political statement to a tangible reality. Consequently, Romania, in collaboration with Serbia, Malta, Kazakhstan, Norway, Israel, and Slovenia, has taken the lead in drafting a resolution which I am confident will receive unanimous approval on 26th of October. The proposed resolution has undergone a comprehensive consultation process, and we are grateful to all member states with the constructive spirit in reaching a consensus. Romania's healthcare system faces several challenges, including antimicrobial resistance, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, which are currently being addressed by a comprehensive investment program aim to create better healthcare infrastructures throughout the country. Nevertheless, we recognize that infrastructure is not enough when addressing health challenges and need strong, efficient, competent, and sufficient healthcare workforce. Hence, we have also prioritized efforts to avoid shortages or maldistribution of healthcare professionals in our country. Furthermore, I am delighted to announce that Romania has taken the necessary steps in order to ensure better funding for healthcare workforce. Starting this June, a dedicated regional development center for nursing and midwifery operating under a coordination of the Southeast European Health Network has been launched in Romania. We are proud and supportive to host this initiative and collaborate through the National Order of Nurses and Midwives. This center will strengthen the role of nurses and midwifery professionals in our region, and I'm certain that will lead to an improvement of health and well-being of our communities. While we are at the beginning of this journey, I remain confident that each one of us gathered here today is committed to invest our best effort to train, retain, and recruit healthcare professionals and to properly plan and ensure adequate funding for them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Спасибо. Слово предоставляется Словении. Подготовится Дании.
Slovenia aligns itself with the statement of Spain on behalf of EU. Dr. Tedros, Dr. Hans Kluge, Madam President, Excellencies, we celebrate 75 years of existence. A lot has been achieved. Still much needs to be done. The experience of COVID pandemic, numerous conflicts, climate change, and other natural events, and limited progress in addressing SDGs urge us to find new innovative ways of tackling health issues in order to reach our goals. In this regard, Slovenia appreciates that health equity and well-being are put high on the agenda of our region, and we prize the initiative on well-being and economy that is building on the great work done with the Pan-European Commission on Health and Sustainable Development. We need to ensure that this is now reflected in all our policies and the policies beyond health, and the WHO is positioned as a key actor in conversations on economy, security, environment, and global diplomacy. Slovenia is convinced that if we truly want to reach the SDGs and the GPW targets, we must focus on the implementation on the ground. We are thankful to you, DG, and to you, RD, that this is foreseen or already reflected in the global and regional agendas of WHO. Focus on the implementation in the countries is crucial. Slovenia has a long-lasting experience of working with WHO Euro and the Observatory for Health Systems and Policies, celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. We have been analyzing our health system and innovating together when focusing on equity in health, strengthening primary health care and public health, and combining population and individual approaches in tackling risk factors and non-communicable diseases. We are now about to explore together how to better use social participation in assessing and addressing the needs of those most vulnerable. Slovenia believes that we can build trust and transform our health systems to respond to numerous challenges of today only if we partner with people, organize patients, youth, and others with the same values, vision, and goals. Slovenia is looking at the events in our region with great concern. We strongly support the efforts of WHO in providing aid in afflicted areas and encourage other member states to contribute, including by supporting the Global Health for Peace initiative. Dr. Tedros, Dr. Kluge, your presence where it really matters is felt across the region and globally. Both of you have our utmost appreciation and assurance that Slovenia stands ready to support you in the future. Thank you.
Спасибо. Слово предоставляется представителю Дании подготовиться Бельгии.
Thank you, Chair, Director General, Regional Director, Excellencies, delegates. Denmark aligns itself with the statement made by Spain on behalf of the EU and its member states. We would like to thank Kazakhstan and the regional office for the extensive work in planning this regional committee. 2023 marks the 75th anniversary of the WHO. The adoption of the WHO Constitution and the acknowledgement of health as a fundamental right was a true landmark. Today, however, the state of health in our region continues to be challenged by many factors, including human-made emergencies. We would like to express our deepest condolences to all people affected by war and conflict, and we emphasize that medical aid and life-saving health services must never be denied. Healthcare must be actively protected and never targeted in conflicts. Denmark fully supports WHO Europe in its important work in emergencies. Across our region, pressures on national health systems are increasing. We see a growing burden of NCDs, a lack of health professionals, increasing mental health issues, and a growing AMR crisis. We must continue to invest in our health systems to secure our ability to address these challenges. One of the cornerstones in building a resilient health system is a strong primary health service. A primary health service that is efficient and safe, that mainstreams gender equality, and where health care is provided close to or even in people's homes. Something we are also working on in Denmark, and where WHO continues to lead the way in the spirit of the Alma Ata and Astana declarations. During this regional committee, Denmark especially looks forward to the endorsement of the AMR roadmap and of the new framework on health and care workforce. We also welcome the introduction of a top-line accountability report with a deeper focus on resources, management, and governance of WHO Europe. Denmark strongly believes that by working together, we will reach new milestones and continue to improve health for all. Thank you.
Спасибо. Слово предоставляется представителю Бельгии подготовиться Нидерланды.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Monsieur le Directeur Général, Monsieur le Directeur Régional, Excellence Kurmetir Hanem Darmien Merzalar. Nous présentons nos remerciements et nos compliments au Kazakhstan pour l'accueil de ce 73e comité régional. La Belgique s'associe bien évidemment à la déclaration qui a été prononcée précédemment par l'Espagne au nom de l'Union européenne et de ses États membres. Nous remercions le directeur général et le directeur régional pour leur engagement sans relâche au nom de la santé publique. Comme le Dr Hans Klug le mentionne à juste titre dans son rapport, lorsque nous avions adopté le programme européen de travail 2020-2025, nul n'aurait pu prévoir les dévastations et les souffrances que notre région allait vivre durant cette période. Et nous tenons à saluer le travail du bureau régional de l'OMS, qui mène sur deux fronts en ces temps de crise permanente, à la fois pour soutenir les États membres dans la région, dans les urgences sanitaires auxquelles ils font face, tout en continuant à mener un travail normatif de fond pour le renforcement des systèmes de santé à court, moyen et long terme. Nous saluons en ce sens les contributions majeures qui sont à l'agenda de ce comité régional, telles que le nouveau cadre d'action pour renforcer le contingent des professionnels, femmes et hommes, de santé, ou le processus initié pour une préparation 2.0 aux urgences sanitaires. La Belgique soutient également le rôle de l'OMS pour promouvoir davantage d'attention à la santé dans toutes les politiques publiques. Parce que la prévention nécessite de s'attaquer aux causes profondes des maladies, l'OMS doit continuer à pointer les déterminants sociaux, économiques, commerciaux et environnementaux de la santé publique et définir les mesures les plus à même d'y parvenir, qui sont evidence-based, selon l'expression consacrée, les best buys. À ce sujet, nous tenons à remercier l'OMS pour sa mission d'évaluation qu'elle a menée dans notre pays pour examiner nos politiques sous l'angle de la prévention primaire des maladies non transmissibles. Nous nous réjouissons aussi de la déclaration ministérielle de Budapest qui a réaffirmé l'impact de la triple crise environnementale sur la santé publique. Il est essentiel de prévenir et limiter les conséquences de cette triple crise sur la santé, mais aussi de contribuer à atténuer son ampleur grâce à une approche One Health, un seul concept de santé. C'est dans ce but que la Belgique réitère son engagement à améliorer l'empreinte environnementale de ses soins de santé. Mais plus largement, une transition économique et sociale de notre système est nécessaire. Monsieur le directeur général, monsieur le directeur régional, l'année à venir sera elle aussi déterminante pour l'OMS. Notre pays appelle de ses vœux le succès des processus en cours pour l'adoption d'un traité international relatif aux pandémies et la révision du règlement sanitaire international. Ces instruments représentent des maillons fondamentaux du renforcement de la prévention, de la préparation et de la réponse mondiale aux urgences sanitaires et devront assurer un accès plus équitable aux contre-mesures médicales partout dans le monde. Cher Dr Kluge, alors que démarre la dernière année de votre premier mandat en tant que directeur régional, nous voulons vous assurer du plein et entier soutien de la Belgique à vos côtés pour défendre la santé publique comme boussole commune de notre action. Je vous remercie. Que prachmiet.
Спасибо. Слово предоставляется Королевству Нидерланды и подготовится Португалия.
Thank you, Chair. The Netherlands aligns itself with the statement made by Spain on behalf of the European Union and its member states. Honorable Chair, Regional Director, Director General, Excellencies, dear colleagues. Let me begin by thanking our distinguished colleagues from Kazakhstan for their hospitality and for the excellent organization of our 73rd Regional Committee. The Netherlands remains firmly committed to advancing global health. We thank the Regional Director for putting words to the most important message for our region today. The most important medicine is peace. Chair, we acknowledge the pivotal role of the WHO in global health as a norm-setting, coordinating and collaborative organization. Thus, we commend the work of the Euro Office in the alignment of governance, finance and programming, bridging the work at headquarters and country level. And we welcome the work towards a resilient WHO and Euro health culture. To continue building this resilience, we support a further increase in assessed contributions for the future sustainability of WHO and the regional and country offices. As the Regional Director and the Director General already addressed, in recent years we have witnessed an increasing negative effect from climate change on health and health systems. The Netherlands therefore endorsed the Budapest Declaration, and we welcome climate change and health as a new priority area for the regional program budget 2024-2025. The impact of climate change on health is one of the key challenges for our future. But we also want to raise the awareness that our current healthcare sector and its supply lines leave a large footprint on climate change. Paradoxically, the care for patients today creates the patients of tomorrow. We have therefore requested an agenda item for the next Executive Board and WHA77, and we thank the EB Bureau for meeting our request. Together with Peru, Barbados, Fiji, Kenya, and the United Kingdom, we are working on a resolution addressing the impact of climate change and health, but also vice versa. And the core group will host a panel discussion in Geneva to introduce this approach and launch the resolution on the 2nd of November. We eagerly anticipate a valuable exchange in consultations and hope to receive your support for this important topic. The Dutch government adopted its first Global Health Strategy 2023-2030 with a whole-of-government commitment. Last month, the Dutch Global Health Hub was launched. This platform connects government institutions, NGOs, academia, private sector, and youth to work together on the priorities of our strategy. Another topic where coordinated action is key is access to medicines and health technologies through regional production. The WHO World Local Production Forum will focus on an ecosystem approach and regional partnerships as vital prerequisites for equitable access to health products. Together with the WHO, we look forward to welcoming you all in The Hague between the 6th and 8th of November 2023 for this event, to work together on better health for all worldwide. Thank you. Rahmet.
Спасибо. Слово предоставляется представителю Португалии.
Honorable Chairperson, Distinguished Director General and Regional Director, Excellencies, I have the honor of speaking on behalf of Portugal, and we will align ourselves with the statement previously made by Spain on behalf of the European Union and its member states. This year, as we celebrated 75th anniversary of the World Health Organization, which coincidentally is the same age as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it is an occasion to appreciate the significant strides made in well-being by recognizing health as a fundamental human right. Additionally, we mark the 45th anniversary of the Alma Ata Declaration on Primary Health Care, emphasizing the ongoing journey to prioritize communities and proximity in our health care systems. While we are making progress in this direction, it's essential to acknowledge that 2023 marks the midpoint of the European Programme of Work for 2025 and dedicated effort to enhance health in Europe. This juncture serves as a vital opportunity for us to assess the current status of health and well-being in the region. Excellencies, the dual-track strategy outlined in the European programme was forward-thinking in its mission to uphold the principle of leaving no one behind in the region. Given the ongoing multiple crises, we expect that this approach will enhance the region's capacity for more effective crisis management and development of resilient governance, robust health system, and resilient communities. On the reform of management, governance and accountability mechanisms, Portugal anticipates the release of the first top-line accountability report. This report embodies transparency and offers insights into how WHO Europe is resourced, structured, managed, and governed. Such transparency is pivotal for fostering trust and accountability among member states, and Portugal applauds WHO Europe's commitment to openness. Portugal commends also and stands ready to actively participate in the delivering united action for better health strategy. Solidarity and cooperation are essential to achieving universal health coverage and addressing the complex health challenges of our time. In a world that continues to grapple with grave, large-scale health emergencies and the persistent threat of pandemics, Portugal reaffirms its unwavering commitment to multilateralism and the World Health Organization. We firmly believe that a multilateral approach is the only viable path towards preventing global health risks and effectively responding to global health emergencies. Furthermore, we would like to invite all member states in the region to follow closely and actively participate in the peer review phase of the Universal Health and Preparedness Review, which will happen next December. Another area will greatly gain from cooperation is refugees and migrant health. In our region, over 10% of the population is comprised of refugees and migrants. It is essential to recognize that their right to health, irrespective of their nationality or legal status, is an integral component of universal health coverage. The sooner we acknowledge this, the more effective our approach will be. Portugal firmly believes that access to health care is a fundamental human right, and we are committed to working closely with our fellow member states to ensure that every individual can lead a healthy life regardless of their geographical location or economic status. Lastly, we navigate the complexities of the 21st century. It is imperative that we reorient our efforts with Sustainable Development Goals and to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In that effort, we note that the landmark report issued last September in Porto regarding digital solutions and options that member states are adopting to the new digital health technology. We hope this will speed up the transformation of health systems. We look forward to engaging in fruitful discussion during this session, thanking, of course, our hosts for this kind way of welcoming us all, and hoping that we'll strengthen our collective response to health challenges and contribute to the vision of a healthier, more equitable world. Thank you very much, Ahmed.
Рахмет. Уважаемые коллеги, разрешите мне приостановить выступление для обеденного перерыва. После перерыва выступления возобновятся. Сейчас для технических объявлений коротких предоставляю слово секретариату Габриэле. Пожалуйста.
Rahmet, Madam Chair. Some very brief lunch announcements. The high-level technical briefing on non-communicable diseases for heads of delegation will start at 13:15, that is 1:15 p.m., in the Aspen Hall on the 3rd floor. For other colleagues, there is a networking lunch outside the room, bon appétit, and I'd also like to encourage colleagues to visit the exhibition area during the lunch period. Thank you very much for this morning, and we look forward to seeing you at 2:30. Bon appétit, everyone. Thank you.
Before we continue with the statement on RDs and the DG's address, I would like to remind you that based on the Rule 3 of the Rule of Procedure, the credentials that were received before the opening of the meeting have been verified by a committee of credentials composed of the SRC30 chairperson, myself, Ms. Anna Wexberg from United Kingdom of the Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and Dr. Adriana Pistel from Romania. So, this credential committee was appointed by the SCRC in accordance with the Rule 14.2.10. It is concluded that we have all submitted credentials which allow member states to participate with all rights in the meetings of the 73rd session of the Regional Committee. So I thank all member states for the great effort. So now let us continue with the statements on RD and the DG's address. So now I would like to give the floor to Poland, following by Ukraine. Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Director General, Honorable Regional Director, Honorable Ministers, colleagues, Poland fully aligns with the statement made on behalf of the EU and its member states. I wish to thank both directors for the update on the health events and challenges related to our region. I would like to start with expressing our deep concern about the recent situation in the Middle East. We condemn the acts of terrorism and share the condolences to all families who lost their beloved in these events. We underline the necessity of all parties to respect the humanitarian law and especially to protect the civilians, health facilities and medical personnel. Furthermore, I wish to draw the attention of the committee to the consequences of Russia's ongoing, unprovoked and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Currently, there are over 17 million people in need of urgent humanitarian assistance in Ukraine, more than 5 million internally displaced, almost 6 million refugees outside the country, and over 25,000 civilians killed. The number of attacks on the health system in Ukraine has passed 1,200, the largest number WHO has ever registered in any humanitarian emergency. The numbers speak the best about this tragedy, which we cannot forget about. Poland is also deeply concerned about the situation in Karabakh and its implication for Armenians living there. The conflicts and political disturbance are not only challenges we face. Climate change and its consequences take heavy toll every year. Extreme heat and drought in the summer months are becoming the norm. COVID-19 and monkeypox are still on the list of potential emergencies. Despite the efforts of the international community to reach global agreement on how to prevent the pandemics in the future, it is deplorable that we are still quite far away from any consensus. Pandemic preparedness was one of the 3 high-level meetings in New York held last month. 2 other thematic events are no less important. We are happy that the political momentum has been generated to review the commitments to fight against TB, one of the top killers in the world. Poland appreciates equally highlighting UHC, which will not be possible without primary health care. I wish to thank the government of Kazakhstan for organizing the conference on PHC just before this meeting. However, we negatively noticed the attendance of high-level political representatives from Russian Federation. I am happy that this committee undertakings will discuss the roadmap on antimicrobial resistance, health workforce strategy and migrants' health. All these topics correspond directly to New York discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish us all fruitful discussion and good outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. Now, I would like to give the floor to Ukraine, following by Turkey. Ukraine, the floor is yours.
Dear Chairman, Your Excellency Hans Kluge, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Minister of Health of Ukraine and Minister Viktor Leshko, I would like to express gratitude to the World Health Organization for support and assistance to Ukraine. The war initiated by the Russian Federation has significantly altered the strategy for the development of the healthcare sector. Despite the ongoing conflict, the Ministry of Health of Ukraine continues the healthcare reform. Currently, the country serves as a platform of the piloting the new approaches in responding to emergency situation in healthcare and has an equal experience. Medical professionals who, despite constant enemy attacks, heroically and selflessly continue to carry out their work and save lives both on the front line and across Ukraine. So, they do in other countries where they keep providing assistance to those affected by war or facing the global consequences of conflict worldwide. We deeply believe that best practice and lessons learned should be incorporated into the policies and transformed into initiatives that help prevent and mitigate the negative consequences of similar situations in the future. However, no healthcare system is available to cope with the challenges posed by full-scale war and the aggressor currently on its one. This is only possible due to your reliable support. That's why In September, a historic event took place in Ukraine within the framework of the third First Ladies and Gentlemen Summit, the satellite summit of health ministers, which was attended by 14 health ministers from different countries. Within the framework of the summit, the ministers made a joint statement which was supported by the 19 countries, namely Austria, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, North Macedonia, Norway, Poland, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Ukraine, United Kingdom and of Great Britain and Northern Iceland. The joint statement brings together 4 key themes: mental health, international medical partnership, the development of human resources in the healthcare system, and the mental well-being of healthcare professionals themselves. This joint statement remains open. Therefore, today, during the 73rd session of the WHO Regional Committee for Europe, we call on other countries that share Ukraine's vision for the building a sustainable international partnership in the field of healthcare to join us. Establishing multi-level cooperation and developing international medical partnership are of extreme importance to us. Therefore, we kindly request that the statement be included in the future resolution of the European Regional Committee of the WHO. Thank you so much for your attention, for your support and for your help.
Thank you, Ukraine. I would like to give the floor to Turkey, following by United Kingdom of the Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Excellencies, Director General, Regional Director, distinguished delegates. Love the people, be their shadow under the sun, their robe in the cold, their bread in the famine. These words are attributed to Ahmet Yesevi, the great thinker of these lands. I think if he were alive today and wanted to continue these words, he would finish them with, be their cure in sickness. The reflection of this understanding is to put people and their needs in the center. So does primary care in healthcare services. This similarity carries a special meaning for me, because people of these lands today live by the same understanding after centuries by PhD and global health advocacy. I would like to thank everyone who contributed to maintain this approach. Regional Director, thank you for the comprehensive report. As we stated before, EPW is a dynamic and that its flagship initiatives are quite complementary. Considering the changing health trends and needs of our region, relevance and success of these initiatives have become clear. We support your approach on behavioral and cultural impacts on health. However, I believe that the basic principle should be conduct these works without excluding country-specific values and sensitivities of all countries. In terms of immunization, we regretfully see that there's a decline in certain areas with the accelerating impact of COVID-19 in the report. This red light loads important duties on member states and the regional office in terms of regional health security. Distinguished participants, sorrows enlighten as well. They become meaningful if this enlightenment produces results. In this sense, the experiences of my country on earthquake should be considered as a case. In due course, we continue to work closely with the regional office. We agree on that our region needs agile emergency medical teams that can respond faster and more competently in the field. I believe that the EMT hub established in Istanbul for this purpose will provide significant benefit and outputs. Esteemed participants, I left this part of my speech to the end due to its importance. Of course, it will be impossible not to mention on the happenings in Gaza last week and the hospital attack at this important high-level health event. Turkey stands firm against this hospital attack. Especially, we never accept attempts to legitimize it by putting forward some justifications. While children there cannot access healthcare, we cannot act as if nothing is happening here. We may not be able to hear their voices by blocking our ears, but our conscience must hear screams of children and we must take steps by facing the truth. Parties should provide the necessary convenience and cooperation for healthcare providers, and WHO should lead this. Before concluding my words, I would like to thank Dr. Tedros and Hans as a healthcare professionals for their stance with Swiss healthcare professionals on this issue, because WHO's support and facilitation is vital in order to provide interrupted basic health services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Turkey. Now I would like to invite United Kingdom of the Great Britain and Northern Ireland, following by Latvia. United
Chair.
Kingdom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair and Excellencies, and thank you to both the Director General and the Regional Director for your addresses and for your personal leadership. Thank you also to Kazakhstan for your generous hospitality and hosting the Regional Committee here in Astana. As healthcare professionals, we recognise the ongoing impact on health of conflict in our region and globally. The UK government has been clear that it stands with Israel after the horrific terrorist attacks and welcomes the commitment to ensure routes into Gaza are opened for humanitarian aid to provide support to ordinary Palestinians who face an acute humanitarian crisis. Conflict always has an adverse impact on health, as we have seen in many situations, including in Nagorno-Karabakh. And we thank the WHO for their work across different conflicts and emergency situations globally. This includes in Ukraine, where I thank Dr. Kluge and his team, who have worked ceaselessly to support the healthcare of the population following Russia's illegal invasion and the ongoing impact on healthcare facilities. Across all conflicts, we condemn attacks on healthcare and urge parties to do everything within their power to protect patients, health workers, and health facilities. Non-communicable diseases are the greatest cause of mortality in our region, and prevention is vital to tackle them. And so I am pleased, therefore, that heads of delegations spent time today discussing these important issues. Smoking is the #1 preventable cause of death, disability, and ill health. And so we in the United Kingdom have announced our plans to create a smoke-free generation by bringing forward legislation so that children turning 14 this year and below will never be legally sold tobacco products. This announcement also includes proposals to curb the rise in youth vaping. On the rights to sexual and reproductive health, the UK continues to make progress on our goal to end new HIV transmissions by 2030. And we are proud to have met the UNAIDS 95, 95, 95 targets in 2020 and 2021. The UK has achieved the regional control target for Hep B, and we have also seen a decline in the prevalence of Hep C, thanks to the rollout of treatment. The environment and the environment and climate are increasingly impacting health, and we are very pleased to be signatories to the Budapest Declaration at the 7th Ministerial Conference on Environment and Health, and we look forward to endorsing it this week. Dr. Kluge, Dr. Tedros, the UK reaffirms our commitment to the vital role of the WHO and look forward to the important discussions at the 73rd session of the WHO Regional Committee for Europe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. And now I would like to invite Latvia, following by Estonia. Latvia, the floor is yours.
Dear Excellencies, colleagues, first of all, Latvia fully aligns with the statement of the European Union. Today we continue to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the World Health Organization. Equally important, we mark the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which specifically emphasizes that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including medical care. It is therefore a collective, human rights-based responsibility for all United Nations member states to ensure the maintenance of highest possible standards in health and the secure achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal number 3 in the next 7 years' time. Dear colleagues, Latvia remains in full solidarity with the Ukrainian people and demands that the Russian Federation immediately cease its military actions, withdraw its troops, and fully respect Ukraine's territorial integrity. We appreciate that the regional director acknowledges in his report that the war in Ukraine is one of the worst humanitarian crises in modern Europe history. Almost 6 million people have been forced to leave their homes. Latvia sincerely thanks partner countries for providing support in this regard and welcomes the tremendous efforts of the WHO. At the same time, we stress that it's not over until it's over. and Latvia counts on continuous and increasingly intensive WHO's involvement in Ukraine. Latvia sent a clear message to the leadership of this organization and the Russian Federation by supporting the relocation of the NCD office away from Moscow recently. We regret to observe that in certain WHO high-level events, cooperation with the Russian Federation on political level continues as usual, as if the brutal occupation of Ukrainian territories has never taken place. Dear all, this has not been a good year for peace and stability, in our region especially. Latvia aligns with the EU position regarding the worrying situation of displaced Karabakh Armenians. We are also devastated by the horrendous attacks of terrorist Hamas on Israel. Without any doubt, Latvia acknowledges Israel's right to defend itself in line with humanitarian and international law in the face of such violent and indiscriminate assaults. In the meantime, it is also important to provide urgent humanitarian aid and support to those civilians most in need in Gaza. We observe with grave concern that healthcare facilities, hospitals, have been targeted, causing mass casualties. And we welcome and strongly encourage WHO's involvement in this regard. The Director General, Regional Director, I will conclude by expressing my gratitude for your previous presentations. Latvia especially welcomes Mr. Kluge's update on the progress achieved with the implementation of region's program of work. From my country perspective, I wish to emphasize the importance of the fight against antimicrobial resistance and addressing pressing health workforce challenges. In this regard, we look forward to the adoption of the relevant guiding programs for the Euro region this Thursday. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Latvia. And now I would like to invite Estonia, following by Hungary. So please, Estonia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, distinguished Director General, Regional Director, Excellencies. Estonia aligns with the statement of the EU and its member states. The European region is living through turbulent times affected by global challenges such as climate change, as well as instability due to the ongoing armed conflicts, which threaten health and well-being of our populations. The Regional Director's report highlights the persisting health inequities and unequal access to health care among countries in Europe. Estonia, as our colleagues from Latvia already mentioned as well, is among the countries contributing to the regional's office work in the area of non-communicable diseases in the coming years. We thank the Regional Director for ensuring swift transition process as part of the relocation of the NCD office's functions that has enabled to continue supporting countries. We also want to highlight that we must continue our work in reducing alcohol-related harm. Estonia is especially thankful for the WHO's support to strengthen mental health services. In Estonia, we are setting up a comprehensive cross-disciplinary mental health and psychosocial support network. This is important also in the context of psychosocial support to war refugees from Ukraine, which has been a priority for the Estonian government. COVID-19 pandemic, armed conflicts in the region, including the war in Ukraine, resulting from the illegal invasion by the Russian Federation, has put our health systems under stress. These events have been a stark reminder of the importance to invest in the resilience of the health systems. In December, health ministers of the European region are invited to gather in Tallinn to reconfirm their commitment to the Tallinn Charter values for strengthening health systems. The Tallinn Charter Anniversary Conference is taking place on 12-13 December, and we look forward to welcoming you all in Tallinn. It will be a good opportunity to discuss what is needed to build up trust and transform the health systems to be more resilient and responsive. We welcome WHO's work also on well-being economy. Many governments are facing fiscal constraints and are struggling to ensure sufficient levels of public spending on health. A paradigm shift is needed here. Finally, Estonia condemns in the strongest possible terms Russian Federation's military aggression against Ukraine. Therefore, we regret giving the aggressor an active role in setting health agenda at international level. We acknowledge the tireless efforts of the WHO staff in scaling up health emergency response in Ukraine and other conflict areas and emphasize the need for continued support. Thank you. Rahmet.
Thank you very much, Estonia. And now I would like to invite Hungary, following by France. Hungary, please, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chair, Distinguished Director General, Regional Director, Excellencies, dear colleagues, Hungary welcomes the report of the Regional Director on the midpoint review of the European Programme of Work. The Hungarian government has started the restructuring of the healthcare system at the beginning of 2021, giving due consideration of the flagship initiatives and core priorities of the EPW. In this government cycle, our aim is threefold. First, increasing the number of years spent in good health. In this respect, we have been working on strengthening the primary care with an increased focus on prevention. We plan upscaling our screening programs, and we are putting a greater emphasis on health promotion and improving health literacy. Second, strengthening the provision of care close to the place of residence. In this context, the government aims to reduce health inequalities and improve patient safety. The third, maintaining and strengthening health capacities to prepare for and respond to health emergencies. Therefore, we welcome the discussion on the Preparedness 2.0. Furthermore, Hungary places emphasis on digitalization. Thus, we are expanding the national e-health infrastructure, further to online access for all the patients, to all health documents, e-prescriptions, more functions such as making appointments will be available. Dear colleagues, we welcome the continuous implementation of the country collaboration strategy and the strengthening of the WHO country offices. Hungary has excellent cooperation with the country office and the regional office and receive exceptional technical and strategic advice. We also welcome AMR roadmap as well as the framework for action on the health and care workforce. Lastly, I may highlight the importance of the work carried out in the WHO European region related to environment and health and the timeliness to address the far-reaching health consequences of climate change, pollution, and loss of biodiversity. In this context, the adoption and sound implementation of the Budapest Declaration is our common interest. I'm looking forward to fruitful exchanges in the next 3 days. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Hungary. Now, I would like to give the floor to France, following by Armenia. So please, France, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président exécutif, cher Marat Choranov, Monsieur le Directeur général, Monsieur le Directeur régional, chers collègues, la France salue tout d'abord la qualité des travaux du Bureau régional pour l'Europe et votre leadership et dynamisme si précieux, cher Hans, pour avancer ensemble dans ce contexte de crise aiguë. La France s'aligne sur la déclaration prononcée par nos amis espagnols au nom de l'Union européenne. La France réitère son soutien à l'Ukraine et au peuple ukrainien qui résiste depuis plus de 600 jours à une guerre d'agression brutale et illégale dont la Russie porte seule l'entière responsabilité. La situation sanitaire et humanitaire catastrophique qui résulte de cette agression doit rester au centre de l'attention internationale. Conséquence directe de l'opération militaire lancée par l'Azerbaïdjan le 19 septembre, plus de 100 000 personnes, soit la quasi-totalité de la population arménienne du Haut-Karabakh, ont trouvé refuge en Arménie. La France restera attentive à l'indépendance, la souveraineté, l'intégralité territoriale et l'inviolabilité des frontières de l'Arménie. Nous condamnons enfin, sans ambiguïté, l'attaque terroriste du Hamas contre Israël. Nous rappelons le droit d'Israël à se défendre dans le respect du droit international humanitaire. La protection des populations civiles doit être assurée et l'accès humanitaire à la bande de Gaza doit être sûr, rapide, durable et sans entrave. Nous saluons le travail de terrain mis en place par l'OMS pour répondre aux situations d'urgence. Nous continuerons à soutenir l'organisation dans un esprit de solidarité et de collaboration. L'OMS Euro et la France portent des priorités communes au centre de notre nouvelle stratégie en santé mondiale 2023-2027, lancée récemment à Lyon. D'abord, la nécessité de réinventer notre préparation, prévention et riposte pan-européenne aux menaces sanitaires. Je salue ici la coordination étroite entre l'OMS Euro et l'Union européenne. La France, membre observateur du réseau pan-européen de contrôle des maladies, plaide pour une approche inclusive et multisectorielle en développant l'approche Une seule santé et en renforçant la surveillance collaborative. Ensuite, la promotion de la prévention et du bien-être. Cela s'articule autour d'actions de prévention, de promotion de la santé tout au long de la vie en intégrant les déterminants socioculturels et environnementaux. Le dernier symposium sur l'avenir des systèmes de santé à l'ère numérique a souligné la nécessité de systèmes de santé inclusifs et centrés sur les personnes, y compris les réfugiés et les migrants. La confiance dans ces outils numériques est un enjeu majeur, en particulier pour nos personnels de santé. La déclaration de Bucarest sur les personnels de santé est en ce sens essentielle. Concernant la formation des professionnels de santé, la collaboration entre l'initiative d'académie pan-européenne de leadership et l'Académie de l'OMS serait pertinente. Enfin, la résilience de nos systèmes face au changement climatique est importante. Malgré les progrès réalisés dans la région, plus de 1,4 million de décès sont encore imputables à des facteurs de risque environnementaux, au premier rang desquels la pollution de l'air. Nous devons œuvrer pour des systèmes résilients et durables, en lien avec les travaux de l'Alliance pour une action transformatrice sur le climat de la santé et la déclaration de Budapest. Je vous remercie. Ahmed.
Thank you very much, France. Now I invite Armenia, following by Israel. Armenia, you have the floor.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to take part in the 73rd session of WHO Regional Committee for Europe. In these uneasy times for our country, as we just recently accepted and sheltered more than 100,000 Armenians who were victims of ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh following yet another unprovoked and large-scale military offensive unleashed by Azerbaijan against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh on September 19. The Ministry of Health of Republic of Armenia has since closely coordinated the humanitarian response with all government agencies, international organizations, and partner countries. We would like to thank all countries and partners who have stood next to us in these challenging times for their solidarity and support in issuing statements of concern, and to thank for deploying much-needed emergency medical teams, arranging medical evacuation for more critical cases, and providing medical supplies and equipment to address the life-saving needs of the forcefully displaced people who had endured enormous suffering in conditions of 10 months-long inhuman blockade and critical shortage of food, medicine, and other essential goods. Despite all the challenges that Armenia has faced recently, we must seize the opportunity to rekindle our commitment to universal health coverage. Yesterday, during primary healthcare conference, it was stated that we must build systems even during times of crisis, and this is exactly the path Armenia has stubbornly adhered to. Under the umbrella of UHC, Armenia is undertaking various complementary reforms, including the strengthening primary healthcare and implementation of quality of care strategy. We are modernizing our healthcare infrastructure to meet the high standards, ensuring optimal conditions for both providers and recipients of care. We recognize the need for increased investment in human capital and firmly believe that behind every reform there are people. Distinguished colleagues, it is paramount to stress that health and human rights must be inextricably linked. What we witnessed recently, a blatant violation of all human rights, and we as a global community must do everything in our power to prevent such an atrocity from happening again and ensure safe and equitable
access to health for all. After all, as an international community, we are obliged to prevent these long-foreseen violations from occurring, rather than merely providing emergency responses once these calamities have already taken place. Let us harness the capacities we have cultivated to collectively reimagine our approach to emergency prevention and response moving forward. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Armenia. And now I would like to give the floor to Israel, following by Luxembourg. So Israel, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Director General, Regional Director, distinguished colleagues. The last 2 weeks have been devastating for the people of Israel. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists rampaged through Israeli towns, burning infants alive, raping women, and taking Holocaust survivors hostage, murdering over 1,400 people, including whole families. More Jews were killed on October 7th, 2023, than any other day since the Holocaust. This was our 9/11. Among the targets of terror attack were Oded and Yocheved Lipschitz, who spent years volunteering to transport Gazan patients to Israeli hospitals, improving their access to advanced health care. Oded is 83 years old and Yocheved is 85. As they were being dragged to captivity, an Israeli Arab EMT, Awad Daraushe, was murdered. His ambulance was then filled with terrorists who entered other towns, continuing their killing spree. Awad was 23 years old. Multiple physicians, nurses, and paramedics like Awad were murdered on their way to treat the wounded that day. Since October 7th, with the ongoing massive rocket attacks, our hospitals have prepared for the worst, receiving over 4,500 wounded, evacuating geriatric facilities and top floors of medical centers, reducing hospitalizations and stopping elective procedures, transferring wards underground and opening new wards in converted parking garages. Barzilai Medical Center sustained a direct hit by a Hamas rocket and continued to treat wounded. It was hit again but persevered. Meanwhile, the world was silent. Another terrorist rocket fired from Gaza fell in the parking lot of a Gazan hospital, and the world erupted in fury. Hamas immediately blamed Israel. While they couldn't care less about the civilian lives on either side, they were quick to exploit it as a PR opportunity. WHO bought that narrative. Hamas continues to attack Israeli civilians and health infrastructures and personnel while hiding terror bunkers under hospitals and embedding rocket launchers next to medical facilities. In Israeli hospitals and clinics, patients and medical teams consist of Muslims, Jews, and Christians, and others, all Israelis working together. We work to save lives irrespective of ethnicity, nationality, or religion, including those of many Palestinians. This sacred duty is the Israeli health system's answer to the incomprehensible depravity we all witness. Israel expects the World Health Organization to do better. We are in the midst of an emergency. In the days following this brutal attack, WHO failed to understand that, failed the people of Israel, and failed to do its job. Thank you, Dr. Tedros and Dr. Kluge, for condemning Hamas today. We expected WHO to condemn Hamas as a terrorist organization and its atrocities on day one, and to call for the release of our hostages on day one. But thank you for doing so today. In addition, let me emphasize, There's no moral equation between a genocidal terrorist organization, Hamas, that targets innocent civilians just because they are Israelis, and that calls for the killing of Jews all over the world, on one hand, and on the other, the state of Israel that is defending its people in accordance to international humanitarian law while trying to minimize civilian casualties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Israel. And now I invite Luxembourg, following by Austria. Luxembourg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Monsieur le Président exécutif, Monsieur le Directeur général, Monsieur le Directeur régional, cher Hans, Excellences, chers collègues. Le Luxembourg s'associe pleinement à la déclaration prononcée par l'Espagne au nom de l'Union européenne. Je ne peux m'empêcher de commencer cette déclaration en exprimant notre profonde tristesse et stupéfaction face aux situations sanitaires et humanitaires dramatiques qui continuent à prévaloir en Israël, à Gaza et en Ukraine. Nos pensées sont avec les victimes de ces tragédies. Je ne souhaite pas revenir sur les horreurs de guerre qui sont en train de se perpétrer, mais je veux néanmoins revenir sur le fait que l'Europe fait actuellement face à plusieurs conflits particulièrement meurtriers et les violations flagrantes du droit international humanitaire et du droit international sont inacceptables. Dans n'importe quel conflit, les couloirs humanitaires doivent rester ouverts et l'accès aux soins de première nécessité sont une question de vie ou de mort. L'OMS agit en conséquence et nous la félicitons pour son travail acharné dans les régions en crise, les endroits difficilement accessibles, le déploiement rapide du matériel et des équipes médicales, l'assistance au personnel de santé local, souvent en danger de mort, le dévouement organisationnel et le savoir-faire technique pour venir en aide aux plus vulnérables. S'y ajoutent les catastrophes climatiques et environnementales qui ont un impact dévastateur sur notre planète et ont coûté plusieurs dizaines de milliers de vies humaines en 2023 dans la seule région européenne. Monsieur le directeur régional, malgré les nombreux progrès accomplis dans notre région, les objectifs à atteindre risquent d'être entravés par le nombre croissant de menaces telles que l'apparition de futures pandémies, les menaces liées au changement climatique, des situations géopolitiques instables, une économie fragile, un nombre croissant de populations en déplacement, une pauvreté accrue, des dépenses de santé qui augmentent et qui mettent en péril la sauvegarde du droit à la santé et la stabilité de nos systèmes de santé. Nous saluons de ce fait les nombreuses initiatives lancées par le Bureau régional de l'Europe qui nous aideront à faire face à ces nouvelles réalités. La stratégie Preparedness 2.0, les initiatives phares, les nouveaux plans stratégiques et feuilles de route sont des outils précieux dans un environnement en évolution rapide. La collaboration sous-régionale, celle entre pays et au niveau de l'Union européenne, sont d'autant plus importantes pour parvenir à atteindre les objectifs du développement durable d'ici 2030 et le programme de travail de l'OMS Europe prévu pour 2020-2025. Le Luxembourg encourage de ce fait qu'ensemble avec les États membres, l'OMS soit à la pointe pour délivrer les résultats attendus, y inclus à travers une OMS financée de manière durable et avec le plus grand impact possible au niveau des pays. À cet effet, il sera également crucial de rester ambitieux en vue des consultations pour un nouveau programme général de travail 2024-2029, notamment en ce qui concerne les droits des populations vulnérables et ceux liés à la santé et les droits sexuels et reproductifs, et ce afin de garantir le droit au meilleur état de santé possible. Enfin, nous soulignons l'importance des travaux en cours pour parvenir à l'adoption d'un nouvel accord mondial en matière de prévention, de préparation et de réponse aux pandémies prévu pour mai 2024. Nous nous réjouissons de continuer à travailler de manière étroite avec l'OMS et tous ses partenaires pour garantir la réussite de ces processus en cours afin d'aspirer à un monde plus juste et équitable. Merci de votre attention.
Thank you very much, Luxembourg. Now, I would like to give the floor to, I'm sorry, let me stop, Austria. Yeah.
Sehr geehrter Herr,
Yes, Austria, you have the floor, and I would like to remind for the following speakers, please follow the time limits. So, Austria, you have the floor, following by Croatia.
sehr geehrter Herr Exekutivpräsident, sehr geehrter Herr Generaldirektor, sehr geehrter Herr Regionaldirektor, Exzellenzen, Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Österreich schließt sich der Wortmeldung der EU und ihrer Mitgliedstaaten an. Zunächst möchte Österreich die globale Initiative Gesundheit und Frieden in Erinnerung rufen. Diese ist angesichts des wachsenden Gesundheitsbedarfs in Konfliktsituationen, bei Pandemien und anderen Notfällen von zentraler Bedeutung. Es besteht hier ein zunehmender Bedarf, weltweit ein breiteres Verständnis von Gesundheit zu verankern. Ein Bekenntnis zum Multilateralismus ist wichtiger denn je. Globale Herausforderungen erfordern globale Lösungen. Nach den Jahren der Covid-19-Pandemie und den daraus gezogenen Lehren besteht die Notwendigkeit zu gezielten Änderungen der internationalen Gesundheitsvorschriften und der Annahme eines ehrgeizigen Pandemieabkommens mit umfassenden Regeln für den gesamten Zyklus der Pandemieprävention, Vorsorge und Reaktion. Gesundheitspolitiken müssen mit einem One Health-Ansatz entwickelt werden. Die Pandemie hat die Verletzlichkeit der Gesundheitssysteme und somit auch die Wichtigkeit der primären Gesundheitsversorgung dargelegt. Es braucht Investitionen in die Nachhaltigkeit und Widerstandsfähigkeit der Gesundheitssysteme. Im Lichte all dieser Herausforderungen ist besonderes Augenmerk auf die Verschränkung der SDGs und ihre Unteilbarkeit zu richten. Zwar ist das SDG 3 dem Hauptziel Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden für alle gewidmet, aber auch die gesundheitsrelevanten Aspekte aller anderen SDGs haben im Sinne von Health in All Policies mehr Bedeutung denn je, um den Bedürfnissen der Menschen nachhaltig zu begegnen. Abschließend möchten wir den Kolleginnen und Kollegen der WHO und insbesondere auch des Regionalbüros unseren Dank für ihren Einsatz sowie die ausgezeichnete Zusammenarbeit aussprechen. Es ist wichtig, dass in diesen fordernden Zeiten nicht auf die Gesundheit der WHO-MitarbeiterInnen, insbesondere auch jenen vor Ort in Krisengebieten, vergessen wird. Wir sind entschlossen, mit der WHO und der internationalen Gemeinschaft weiterhin eng zusammenzuarbeiten, um die wesentlichen Gesundheitsfragen unserer Zeit gemeinsam zu lösen. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Austria. Now, by giving the floor to Croatia, I would like to announce that we are about to finish our pre-established list of speakers, and then we will give the floor to those countries who raise the name tags. So, for now, I would like to invite Croatia. Please, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chair, distinguished Director General, the Regional Director, Excellencies and colleagues. Croatia aligns with the statement of the European Union and Member States. The 75th anniversary of the WHO Constitution and the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights highlights their key role in improving the global quality of life through the universal right to health. Dr. Andrija Štampar, Croatian physician and epidemiologist, as the first president of the World Health Assembly, made a significant contribution to the principles outlined in these fundamental documents, thereby improving global health and respecting human rights. This anniversary offers an opportunity to address today's challenges, particularly in the context of Sustainable Development Goal 3. Despite significant obstacles, the recent adoption of political declarations on PPPR, UHC, and TB by the UN General Assembly illustrates the determination needed to overcome any challenges and push global health forward. Croatia praises the WHO's work in recent and present emergency situations and believes that the amendments of the IHR, as well as the adoption of a new legally binding pandemic agreement, will give a fundamental turning point for the reform of the global public health architecture. Croatia supports the adoption of the new European roadmap on antimicrobial resistance for 2023-2030 and also recognizes the framework for action on the health and care workforce in the WHO European region 2023-2030 as a necessary milestone in the strengthening support to health and care workforce in our region. Finally, we would like to thank to the WHO Regional Office for Europe and the WHO Country Office in Croatia for technical support on prioritized areas for the WHO collaboration that corresponded well with the main aims of the ongoing health reform in Croatia. Implementing activities within the biennial collaborative agreement represent useful contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Croatia. By now, we will invite the countries who indicated their willingness to take the floor. And now I would like to invite Slovakia, following by Tajikistan. Please, Slovakia, the floor is yours.
Dear Chair, thank you very much for the floor and hosting us in your beautiful country. Distinguished Director General, Regional Director Excellencies. Slovakia aligns itself with the statement of the Spain made on behalf of the EU and its member states on this agenda item. I thank the Director General for your global effort and also to our hardworking Regional Director, Dr. Hans Kluge, for your unique leadership showing by yourself and your regional team. And thank you also for the comprehensive report. The past years, including nowadays, cannot be defined otherwise than turbulent. In one aspect, the international community has been struck by public health emergencies, and in another aspect, we have been facing full-scale different conflicts from the whole spectrum, including those linked to violation of the international law, resulting in the enormous demand for perma-crisis to cover the humanitarian needs, including refugees and migrants' health. However, I am convinced that those of political and public health challenges we have encountered will also serve in the long run as drivers for important changes and new ways and models of strengthening the vulnerable health systems and neglected areas of health-related determinants and developments as biosafety, biosecurity, but in broader understanding of biological risks in connection with natural disasters, intentional and unintentional incidents as well. It is without any doubt that the current situation requires strong mandated and functional WHO as well as efficient health strategies and planning and investing in future health with central law of member states. We will welcome if the WHO regional office continues in development cooperation with small and large players in the region and global politics, not leaving behind the vulnerable and looking for the best solutions for strengthening availability and maintenance of the quality of prevention, including alcohol harms, environmental health, social participation, and healthcare, both primary and specialized, including mental health, AMR, cancer and palliative care, and trauma-informed services, together with clinical guidelines development for all to help to build resilient people and health systems. On top of all this, we need functional multilateralism, which can only be sustained by the transparent and inclusive approach. Slovakia, therefore, would like to thank, on behalf of the Transparency Group, for several achievements in predictability and transparency of governance, in the WHO European region. Lastly, I am convinced that the only way is in the immediate deepening of mutual engagement, sharing experiences, learning from mistakes, failures, and incidents, but also improving education and partnership for innovative solutions with SDG application in the context of rethinking prioritization, spending models, and increasing the effectiveness of the interventions that could help us avert costly failure and invest wisely in priority fields. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slovakia. Now I would like to give the floor to Tajikistan, following by Finland. Tajikistan, the floor is yours.
Уважаемый председатель, уважаемый региональный директор и участники 73-й сессии регионального комитета ЕРБ ВОЗ. Прежде всего, позвольте мне поблагодарить регионального директора господина Ханса Клюге за содержательный всеобъемлющий доклад относительно деятельности ЕРБ ВОЗ, охватывающий период между двумя сессиями регионального комитета. Также хочется выразить слова благодарности руководству Министерства здравоохранения Республики Казахстан и лично министру здравоохранения за прекрасную организацию и теплый прием. Организация мероприятий такого высокого уровня требует огромных усилий. И хочу отметить, что это первый региональный комитет ЕРБ ВОЗ, который проходит в странах Центральной Азии, с успешной организацией которого хочется поздравить наших коллег из Казахстана. Представленный отчет можно назвать обобщающим, поскольку в нем освещены результаты достигнутые с момента принятия Европейской программы работы на 2020-2025 годы. Считаем, что усилия ЕРБ ВОЗ за истекший период являются огромными и очень ощутимыми в области всеобщего охвата услугами здравоохранения, улучшения психического здоровья, борьбы с инфекционными и неинфекционными заболеваниями, расширения охвата иммунизации, внедрение цифрового здравоохранения, усиление системы здравоохранения и доступа к качественному медицинскому помощи во всем регионе. Мы хотим поблагодарить ЕРБ ВОЗ, особенно регионального директора, также за прогресс в реализации соглашений, достигнутых во время его визита в октябре 2023 года с его превосходительством президентом Таджикистана по реализации национальной стратегии здравоохранения до 2030 года и по достижению всеобщего охвата услугами здравоохранения в реформе системы финансирования здравоохранения, усилении лабораторной службы, проведения комплексного анализа рынка труда в сфере здравоохранения, а также за анализ доступа к лекарственным средствам. Таджикистан был горд организовать неофициальные встречи министров здравоохранения стран Центральной Азии на полях 76-й Всемирной ассамблеи здравоохранения 24 мая 2030 года в городе Женеве. Успешное проведение первого технического совещания национальных координаторов Центральноазиатской дорожной карты здоровья и благополучия 26-27 июня этого же года в городе Душанбе, а также включение вопроса названной дорожной карты и его одобрение со стороны 5 глав государств Центральной Азии 14 сентября текущего года в городе Душанбе. Кроме того, необходимо отметить, что за истекший срок были проведены обучающие курсы по укреплению первичной медико-санитарной помощи и общественного здравоохранения для специалистов из Таджикистана. Оказано содействие в составлении стратегий и планов в области реабилитации ассистивных устройств, сводных руководств по профилактическому лечению туберкулеза, а также составление аналитических данных о деятельности систем здравоохранения в Таджикистане. Уважаемый господин региональный директор, позвольте еще раз мне выразить искреннюю признательность и благодарность вам и в вашем лице ЕРБ ВОЗ за постоянную помощь и поддержку в деле развития системы здравоохранения в Таджикистане.
Большое спасибо, Tajikistan. Thank you, Tajikistan. And now I invite Finland, following by Kyrgyzstan. Finland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regional Director, Excellencies, colleagues. Finland aligns itself with a statement delivered by Spain on behalf of EU. There's a strong need for a new approach to build societies that are healthy, inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. A variety of crises and shocks, such as conflicts, health emergencies, economic crises, and the effects of climate change have caused acute and long-term impacts on health and well-being. Economies are under increasing budgetary constraints, and many countries are trying to solve challenges related to the funding for health and well-being systems. Sustainable development can't exist without physically and mentally healthy people. Investments for people's health and well-being enhance productivity, trust, and resilience. Action to address the social and economic determinants of health are to be seen as investments, not only as costs. Member States have been asking WHO for policy and political advice on balancing health and well-being with macroeconomic interests. The economy of well-being is an intersectoral approach which can provide a useful and transformative way forward. It is a decision-making approach enabling a better balance between the social, economic, and ecological dimensions of sustainable development. Thus, it creates opportunities to increase well-being and supports a sustainable economy while taking into account the limits of environmental sustainability. We welcome the regional activities in this regard mentioned by Regional Director in his report and look forward to discussing the recommendations of the Commission on Economics and Health for All in the governing bodies. We are proposing a resolution in this regard through the EB to WHA. As the Regional Director stated, there is no health without peace and vice versa. Finland strongly condemns all attacks on civilians, health workers, and facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Finland. Now I invite Kyrgyzstan, following by Montenegro. Kyrgyzstan, you have the floor.
Спасибо, уважаемый председатель, уважаемый доктор Хансклюге. Позвольте выразить самые добрые пожелания, искреннюю благодарность Всемирной организации здравоохранения, истинно признательным вам за содействие развитию системы здравоохранения Кыргызской Республики. Хочу поблагодарить регионального директора, уважаемого доктора Ханса Клюге, за содержательный доклад, в котором отражены основные достижения, которых мы добились вместе, основываясь на расширении взаимодействия между медицинскими организациями для обмена опытом и знаниями, инновациями и технологиями во благо обеспечения доступности и качества оказания медицинской помощи жителям Европейского региона. Политика здравоохранения Кыргызской Республики проводится в рамках реализации программы по охране здоровья населения и развитию системы здравоохранения на 19-30-е годы «Здоровый человек, процветающая страна», которая направлена на улучшение благосостояния граждан страны. В настоящее время совместно с ВОЗ разрабатывается 7-летний план с детальным описанием мероприятий по достижению поставленных целей. Реформы, проводимые в нашей стране в области здравоохранения, проводятся с ориентацией на человека и акцентом на основополагающее обязательство не оставить никого позади. И поставили перед собой цель снижения материнской, младенческой смертности и смертности детей в возрасте до 5 лет, сокращение уровня инфекционных и вирусных заболеваний, дальнейшее снижение бремени неинфекционных заболеваний. Несомненно, здоровье населения наших республик тесно взаимосвязаны, и дорожная карта поддержки здоровья и благополучия в Центральной Азии на 2022-2025 годы актуальна, поскольку наши страны в значительной мере зависит от социально-экономической связи в плане торговли, трудовой миграции, туризма и других направлений. Все эти и другие отношения уязвимы перед вспышками новых инфекционных заболеваний, и пандемия COVID-19 продемонстрировала это. Наряду с этим есть другие не менее опасные для здоровья человека неинфекционные болезни. К этому можно добавить и изменение климата, которые играют немаловажную роль в появлении новых и усугубления уже имеющихся заболеваний. Дорожная карта позволяет всем нам совместно реагировать на затрагивающие, пресекающиеся кризисы в плане охраны здоровья населения Центральной Азии, решения глобальных задач и проблем принятия решения будет содействовать партнерским отношениям для осуществления преобразующих изменений, которые создадут политический капитал для здравоохранения и расширят инвестиционные возможности в Центральной Азии. Хочу заверить вас, что Кыргызская республика готова продолжить сотрудничество и обмениться опытом по всем приоритетным направлениям в сфере здравоохранения. Благодарю за внимание.
Спасибо большое, Kyrgyzstan. Thank you very much, Kyrgyzstan. Now, I would like to give the floor to Montenegro, following by Norway. Montenegro, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Director General, Regional Director for Europe, President of the Regional Committee, Ministers and Heads of Delegation, dear colleagues. I'm very honored to greet you on behalf of Montenegro government and express gratitude to the government of Kazakhstan for hosting us in beautiful Astana city. Europe is a region of incredible diversity, unlimited potential, but at the same time it is a region witnessing unprecedented scale of challenges, crisis of climate change along with numerous natural disasters, growing poverty and inequalities, silent epidemic of non-communicable disease and antimicrobial resistance disease outbreaks, Ukrainian war, but also humanitarian crisis affecting people of Israel and Palestine, as another painful reminder that health needs peace and peace needs health. Each of these challenges transcends borders, geographical, political, biological. No single country can deal with them in isolation. Thus, multilateralism, international and multi-sectoral cooperation are more relevant than ever. At the same time, we witnessed that these challenges and the unprecedented perma-crisis have not prevented the WHO Regional Office of Europe under strong leadership of Dr. Hans Kluge to deliver on the promise to promote, provide, protect, power and perform for health. Every day during this turbulent year, our friend Dr. Kluge and his team was out performing for health. Montenegro applauds the regional director for a year filled with an outstanding work and an impressive account of the impact achieved, despite the magnitude of challenges the region has been faced with. We also appreciate Dr. Kluge's efforts invested into transforming the regional office over the past period. Dear friends, we know there is no health without quality health care. It is a point where all our efforts for human health are won and lost. Recent health crisis, not only the pandemic, exposed and aggravated many weaknesses in the healthcare quality assurance framework in Montenegro, but also across the region. Only quality and strong primary health care is the front line, ensuring no one is left behind, in particular the vulnerable ones and persons with disabilities. It is through quality primary health care that we can protect our children, to promote their mental health and deliver safe and quality vaccines. It is only through quality primary health care that we can manage effectively epidemic of non-communicable disease. We learned also that it's only through quality and resilient primary health care that outbreak could be controlled before it is too late. I would like to commend the WHO for the work done across the Euro region in strengthening quality of health care while focusing on the primary health care. WHO support in this regard will be highly appreciated by people of Montenegro. We also thank the WHO for the invaluable support provided in developing the new health strategy, paving the way for recalibrating health system with the primary health care as foundation, but at the top of our agenda, as it is an ethical imperative and prerequisite for healthier, fairer, safer society for all. Sustainable health system transforming requires broad partnership and innovation. Health is not something you only wish for. It is something you make and something you do together, as our dear Dr. Kluge stressed yesterday. We remain determined to invest smarter in quality primary health care in partnership with WHO under the strong leadership of the regional director, leader who proved to have the vision, but also demonstrate genuine compassion for the people across the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Montenegro. Now I would like to give the floor to Norway, following Bulgaria. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. President, Director General, Regional Director, Excellencies, colleagues. Thank you to Kazakhstan for their hospitality and the Regional Office for their dedication. We look forward to this RC. Discussing pandemic preparedness and response for the region, as we are negotiating a pandemic treaty, strengthening the IHR and improving WHO's financing towards sustainability. Access to novel medicine and health workers are key for well-functioning health systems. Referencing the Global Code of Ethical Recruitment, we hope to endorse the regional framework for action on the health and care workforce. Based on the Oslo Medicine Initiative, we encourage all member states to take part in the platform established by WHO Euro. We also look forward to endorsing the roadmap of antimicrobial resistance leading up to the UN high-level meeting. We meet under difficult circumstances. I'm impressed by WHO's capacity for managing humanitarian health crisis. But let me be clear. Norway condemns Russia's aggression in Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. We condemn Russia's deliberate attack on civilians, on healthcare facilities and health workers. These are flagrant violations of international law. Ukraine and Ukrainians have Norway's full and unwavering support. We demand respect for and protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure, including those sick and wounded, health personnel and health facilities. Norway also strongly condemns the heinous terrorist attack by Hamas in Israel. Norway's deepest sympathies are with the people of Israel. We would like to express our solidarity with the Israeli leaders and the Israeli people. We would also like to convey our sympathy to all the victims and their families. Even so, the Palestinian people must not be punished collectively for the atrocities committed by Hamas. We are deeply disturbed by the killing of thousands of civilian Palestinians, and we would like to express our profound condolences to the many victims and their families. Now there is a urgent need to stop the violence and to de-escalate the situation. International humanitarian law must be respected, and all health personnel, health facilities, and civilians must be protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norway. Now I would like to invite Bulgaria, following by Russian Federation. Bulgaria, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chair, distinguished Director General, Regional Director, Excellencies, dear colleagues, Bulgaria aligned itself with the European Union statement made on behalf of the European Union member states. The world today faces multiple crises affecting global health. The most difficult challenges are the war started by the Russian Federation against the Ukraine and the war against Israel, but also include climate change, re-emerging infection diseases and pandemic risks, growing inequities, food insecurity and forced migration. Such complex problems go beyond the scope of national governments and require concert and responsive actions by health professionals, policymakers, civil society, and researchers. Bulgaria considers health security a major priority and welcomes the initiative of the WHO Regional Office for Europe to strengthen the region's preparedness, response, and resilience through hazard response and One Health approaches. Bulgaria contributes to strengthening the international framework for pandemic preparedness and response, both at the European and global level. Our country is a sustainable and reliable partner in the process of negotiating an international pandemic instrument for prevention, preparedness, and response to public health emergencies. Another major challenge that health systems currently face is health and care workforce. Human resources for health in Bulgaria face the same challenges as other European countries. An aging workforce in the health sector, insufficient attractiveness of some health professions for the younger generations, uneven territorial distribution due to internal migration to larger settlements, migration of health workers in the European Union and beyond. Another priority for the health sector is primary health care, which plays a key role in universal health and equitable access to health services. However, it also poses challenges due to inequities in income and access to healthcare, shortages of health workers and difficult access to quality medicines, limited financial resources, high out-of-pocket payments, etc. Yet, experience during COVID-19 pandemic has shown that in emergencies, PHC plays a fundamental role. Finally, Bulgaria welcomes the presented vision for GPW14, the strategic areas proposed in the document with clearly formulated strategic goals. We considered it necessary to include an accountability part in the program to provide for tracking the costs of the key functions of the WHO and ensure transparency. The leading role of the WHO and the topics of NCD and infectious diseases should be outlined, specifying those responsible for each of the results at the relevant levels. We believe that it is important to continue the consultative process with all stakeholders and complete the development of a strategy document fit for purpose that will support countries in the process of implementing the SDGs and ensure access to essential health services and interventions through people's lives and especially to disadvantaged people. Bulgaria commends WHO efforts on its 3 levels to fulfill the mission to attain the highest standards of health for everyone despite the challenging times we live in, and stands ready to continue collaborating with the organization and its member states for better health for all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bulgaria. Now I give the floor to the Russian Federation, following by the Greece. So, Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Уважаемый председатель, уважаемые коллеги, разрешите начать со слов благодарности в адрес правительства Казахстана за гостеприимство и прекрасное проведение конференции по ПМСП. Казахстан Республикасын, денсаулык сактау, министрлигне, алғашқы медициналық, санитарлық көмек көрсету бойынша тамаша өткізілген конференция үшін үлкен рахмет. Наша сессия проходит в период сложных общемировых процессов, и тем важнее в ходе обсуждений сосредоточить внимание исключительно на вопросах мандата организации, достижения наивысшего уровня здоровья, что является неотъемлемым правом каждого без исключения человека. По этой причине прискорбно слышать, что целый ряд делегаций вместо обсуждения сутевых вопросов повестки занимаются политизацией работы комитета. Будем вынуждены воспользоваться правом на ответ. Теперь по повестке. Мы принимаем к сведению доклад и благодарим регионального директора за проделанную работу. Отмечу, что по проекту решения у нас есть некоторые предложения, которые переданы в секретариат.
Я прошу прощения, можно чуть медленнее, поскольку переводчики не успевают переводить. Пожалуйста.
Будем тренировать переводчиков. Спасибо. За прошедший с предыдущей сессии год Российской Федерацией предприняты значительные усилия по повышению качества и доступности медицинской помощи, которые приносят результаты. Продолжается реализация национального проекта здравоохранения, включающего в себя меры по решению таких приоритетных задач, как развитие ПМСП, борьба с сердечно-сосудистыми, онкологическими заболеваниями, укрепление детского здравоохранения, обеспечение отрасли квалифицированными кадрами, внедрение инновационных медицинских технологий и создание единого цифрового контура. Принятие системных мер дало свой результат. Ожидаемая продолжительность жизни увеличилась в нашей стране и составляет 73,5 года, что почти на год выше, чем ранее. Младенческая смертность достигла исторического минимума. Прогресс в ранней диагностике и лечении онкологических заболеваний позволил за последний год увеличить пятилетнюю выживаемость больных и снизить смертность от злокачественных новообразований. Продолжается реализация мер, направленных на укрепление общественного здоровья. Введены налоги на сахаросодержащие напитки, увеличиваются акцизы на табачные изделия. Новые виды табачных изделий, такие как электронные сигареты, также стали объектами ограничений и налогообложения. Это дает свои результаты. Мы также принимаем системные меры по развитию помощи людям с психическими расстройствами, включая развитие психологической помощи в рамках ПМСП. Системные меры принимаются также по борьбе с антибиотикорезистентностью. Пандемия COVID продемонстрировала важность совместного реагирования стран на инфекционные угрозы. Мы придаем большое значение работе по совершенствованию ММСП, а также разработке нового инструмента по обеспечению готовности к пандемиям и принятию мер реагирования. Подчеркиваем важность разработки этих документов под руководством ВОЗ в соответствии с принципами консенсуса, инклюзивности и прозрачности. Уважаемые коллеги, в ходе сессии нам предстоит принять ряд важных документов и наметить планы на будущее. Выражаем надежду, что наша совместная работа на благо общественного здоровья позволит достичь прогресса. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation. Now I would like to invite Greece, following by Switzerland. Greece, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you both to the WHO, everyone at the WHO, and the Kazakhstan government and its Ministry of Health for organizing this excellent meeting. I'd like to especially thank the Director General and our Regional Director, Dr. Kluge, because during their term at the WHO has done more actions, has become more powerful, and it has a much better budget than it used to have. And this is good because we need to work together if we want to have better health. The world is one, so we need to care for everyone. So Greece, of course, stands with the EU on the declaration, and we thank Spain for working on the declaration because health is for everyone. And we support the WHO actions, especially through the Athens WHO office, as mentioned by the regional director, which was inaugurated by our Prime Minister. And also Greece is working towards childhood mental health, which is very important. Mental health is going to be one of the pandemics in the world, Alzheimer and everything in mental health. But also we're working to eliminate or work towards obesity. We have done a lot towards tobacco, with laws and sort of less tobacco consumption. And we're also doing quite a lot of work on prevention and screening for the first time in Greece, which is important. But there's so much more to do. One of the goals that the WHO set in its last report is the resilience of healthcare systems. And we've seen over the last few years, pandemic, infections, we've seen wars, unfortunately, and we see worse than ever in Europe over the past 60 years. And this is very important that we can find solutions. We've also seen the climate changes and the crisis. We've had fires, we've had earthquakes, we've had floods, and this is something that we should all work together and try to eliminate and prepare really our systems to become more resilient. We had this session yesterday on primary healthcare, which was great, and what I think is extremely important is the young people who were involved and prepared this declaration, which we all signed. This is important because young people need to be involved. Primary care is the backbone of medical care. It has to do with public health, it has to do with people education, it has to do with prevention, with chronic care, but also emergency care, and it also has to do with community care and palliation. But what we need to remember is that health is a continuum. There's no primary health without secondary health, and we all need to work in this together. And finally, what is very important is trust in the systems, and trust comes from people. So we need to work with the people to make them believe in the health systems, and we need to work with healthcare personnel because they are the backbone. We can use the new systems, we can use telemedicine, we can use AI, but at the end of the day, there's a human behind the scenes. And there's the human who smiles at another human. There's a human who responds to the patient needs. So it is important to attract new people in healthcare systems. And this is where we're lacking at the moment in Europe. So we need to work together to attract people, make them feel happy in the systems, and keep having healthcare for everyone. We will need more and more as we grow older. So I think this requires the will of everyone and the effort of everyone. And I again thank the WHO and all of you for this joint effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greece. And now I would like to give the floor to Switzerland, following by Czechia. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président exécutif. Tout d'abord, j'aimerais vous remercier aussi au nom de la Suisse pour l'hospitalité de votre gouvernement en nous accueillant ici dans la magnifique ville d'Astana. J'aimerais, Monsieur le Directeur régional, rebondir sur l'excellente intervention que vous avez faite ce matin et me concentrer sur 3 points. Tout d'abord, vous nous avez, je crois, tous appelés à paix et à l'importance de travailler sur cette logique de paix et santé, comme ça a été évoqué par plusieurs collègues. Nous nous prononcerons encore plus en détail lors des débats sur les prochains pas de notre initiative que nous portons au niveau global avec Oman. Mais j'invite déjà tous les collègues intéressés à nous approcher pour que nous puissions expliquer plus en détail ce que nous entendons faire sur la thématique. Deuxièmement, vous avez souligné l'importance d'une gouvernance pérenne pour la région et l'importance d'être en mesure et en capacité de travailler pour la santé de nos populations. Et j'aimerais là pas seulement souligner l'importance de cette possibilité d'être assis autour d'une table, mais vous assurer du soutien de la Suisse dans cette logique, aussi pour porter la voix de la région au niveau global. Je crois que c'est plus important que jamais. Et puis finalement, je crois que vous êtes pas beaucoup entré en détail sur l'importance de la pérennité, de la préparation dans la pérennité de nos systèmes de santé. Je crois qu'il s'agit aussi d'être prêt et j'aimerais là soutenir l'intervention du Portugal sur l'importance d'établir un examen périodique universel pour pouvoir tester nos systèmes de santé, savoir si nous sommes prêts pour de futures crises et pouvoir, le cas échéant, nous préparer au mieux pour le futur. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Switzerland. Now I would like to invite Czechia. Czechia, you have the floor.
Chair, Director General, Regional Director, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The Czech Republic aligns itself with the statement delivered by Spain on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The Czech Republic appreciates the report of the Regional Director. Today, many colleagues have reminded us of the Primary Healthcare Conference, and in this context, we are deeply disappointed by the participation of the Minister of Health of Russia in one of the panels of the conference. Such participation must not be normalized. We condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, which grossly violates international law and the UN Charter and undermines international security and stability. We express our full solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. It is absolutely inappropriate and disturbing that the high-level representative of a country which caused negative impacts on health in Ukraine, in the region and worldwide, takes seat in a panel on transformation of PHC, one of the very key topics we work on. Chair, we wish to make clear that it is completely unacceptable to have such situation reoccurring in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Czechia. And now I see that Azerbaijan wants to contribute once more. I have need to ask you if you want to use your right to reply, or if yes. So, we will note it, and all the words for the reply will be given at the end of the day. Thank you very much, Azerbaijan, for understanding. Well, now we finished the comments from the member states, and now we are going to give the floor to our international partners. So, is there any international partners who would like to speak? Yeah, I've been informed that we have registered in the pre-established list of speakers from the international partners. First, I would like to give the floor to Joint United Nations Program on HIV and AIDS, followed by the International Atomic Energy Agency. So please, the floor is yours.
I may give the word to the following organization.
So now let's move to International Atomic Energy Agency. You have the floor, please.
Honorable Ministers, dear Chair, distinguished delegate, the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, is mandated to accelerate and enlarge the contribution of nuclear science and technology to peace, health, and prosperity. In the field of health, this includes the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of a wide range of diseases. Since 2005, the IAEA, in collaboration with WHO and Iraq, has been carrying out comprehensive assessments of national cancer control capacity in the form of impact reviews. The IAEA has carried 120 impact reviews, providing technical support and evidence-based recommendations for national cancer planning. Today, 28% of the IAEA's technical cooperation support is dedicated to health and nutrition. We also promote radiation safety and quality management systems for clinical services. In response to global developments, the IAEA has recently launched a number of flagship initiatives. The Rays of Hope initiative aims to increase equity in access to cancer care by supporting the establishment of radiation medicine services in member states. Secondly, as follow-up to COVID-19 response, the IAEA established the Zoonotic Disease Integrated Action Initiative, ZODIAC, to strengthen global preparedness for future pandemics through early detection and control of zoonotic diseases. The IAEA's newest initiative, Atoms for Food, jointly with FAO, provides comprehensive support to enhance food security, safety, and nutrition programming using nuclear and isotopic techniques. In recent months, the IAEA has reacted swiftly to emergencies in the region, such as the earthquake in Turkey and an outbreak of yellow fever mosquitoes in Cyprus, as well as to African swine fever outbreaks in the Balkan region. Ladies and gentlemen, the IAEA remains a committed partner to WHO in our noble mission of promoting and improving access to universal health care in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then now I would like to give the floor to International Labor Organization, ILO. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, I would like first to thank the Director General for his very inspired introduction this morning, and the Regional Director for a very comprehensive report and perspectives. You might remember that the ILO was created on the ruins of the First World War, and we might think today that social justice and the fight against poverty proved to be the best answer to the war. This still is ILO rationale. Social protection is one of the 4 pillars of decent work, and this is why the ILO is leading the global accelerator launched by the UN in 2021. In 2022, the International Labour Conference of the ILO officially adopted a 5th fundamental principle and right at work, We called it Safe and Healthy Environment. We think this will have very positive consequences for workers. This will boost CSR policies in enterprises. It will cast a new light and give impetus to the Conventions 155 and 187, and it might even impact positively trade policies. Because OSH is an instrument and an investment, it must be shared. Our trend that dramatically impacts our region, notably Kazakhstan, is global warming. In 2015, the ILO answered with the Just Transition Guidelines. And I today urge all countries to help us to implement those guidelines. Next week, the governing body of the ILO will discuss the major initiative proposed by our Director General, Gilbert Humbo, the Global Coalition for Social Justice. This initiative calls for more synergies within and outside the UN. Today in Astana, we acknowledge that there cannot be social justice without health. Indeed, the World Health Organization and the ILO face common enemies: poverty, exclusion, insecurity, inequality, or climate degradation. We must tackle those challenges together. Health at work starts at home and vice versa. Accordingly, responsible individuals make social infrastructures stronger, and strong infrastructures make individuals healthier. Active labor market, labor rights, social protection, empowered social dialogue, gender, all contribute to strengthen economies. Yes, dear colleagues, let us create this virtuous circle together. Thank you. Rahmet.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to UNICEF. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Executive President, Regional Director, Excellencies, delegates and colleagues. In his address this morning, Hans referred to children among the most vulnerable groups in times of crisis. Indeed, children have suffered during COVID, when containment measures impacted their psychological well-being and social development. And children are suffering helplessly in wars, conflicts, and forced migrations that are taking place in our region as we speak. UNICEF is working more closely than ever with WHO in the European region to support governments in ensuring that all children, our future, have access to essential health services. UNICEF is working together with WHO to develop strategies and tools to face, among other things, the child obesity epidemic, the increasing number of suicides among adolescents across the whole region, and to support early child health development, ensuring that every child can reach their full potential. These health challenges affecting children and young people, if not properly addressed, will turn into the problems of tomorrow. Yesterday's conference on primary health care has reaffirmed the importance of bringing essential health services to all, especially the most vulnerable, where they are. In the current complex and painful situation, we support the sustained commitment of ministries of health in sustaining efforts for child and adolescent health to primary health care in the whole region. Let's protect our children. Thank you very much. Rahmet.
Thank you. Thank you very much for these remarks. And is there any other international partners who would like to take the floor? I don't see any raised plates. And now let me move to our non-state actors. And as I understand that there are any non-state actors who would like to take the floor on this. However, the Secretariat has informed me that the World Federation of Neurology has submitted a written statement, and you are invited to consult it on the website of this regional committee. So by now, I think we a bit running out of the time, and I have a proposal to have a coffee break right now, and after the coffee break we'll go to the replies by the Secretariat, by the Regional Director, and by the replies on behalf of the Director General. So let's take a coffee break for half an hour and return back in 30 minutes. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, welcome back. And now we will go to the replies. As there have been a number of comments made and specific questions raised in the interventions, I would like to invite the Regional Director, if he may wish to take the floor to respond to any comments which has been made. So, Dr. Kluge, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Executive President. And thank you everyone for very, very comprehensive comments. So I thought not to go country by country, but to club the main themes according to the 3 pillars of my address: resilient governance, resilient health systems, and resilient people. So on the resilient governance, the first theme which I heard time and again is about peace. We have heard from many member states about the perma-crisis and the difficult environment in which we are currently operating. A time characterized by war, terror and violence, a series of human-made emergencies which mark WHO's 75th anniversary. Ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you that my big brother, Dr. Tedros, and myself are, as are all our staff, as concerned as you. And I reiterate my earlier point that the best medicine we have is peace, as was highlighted by many countries. The calls to continue working on the health of those affected by the conflict situation is one that we are taking very, very seriously, including our support for continued activities in Ukraine. I will go to Ukraine myself every 4 to 5 months. I go, and not only to Kiev, to the front line, together with Dr. Viktor Lashko, the Minister of Health. Actually, I will go straight after the Tallinn conference. The same goes for our work on the health of migrants and refugees, and thank you very much for acknowledging this work. Appreciate it. Then, on the work on emergencies, several countries highlighted the importance of the new global and regional architecture for health emergencies and pandemic prevention and preparedness, including the commitment to multilateralism as the only viable path to responding to global health emergencies, the revision of the IHR and the new pandemic accord as fundamental actions, that we do not lose the momentum after the pandemic and sustain the gains. Here I would like to make a point actually on the surveillance, because we see that more and more countries are dropping the surveillance. We need to be able to pick up any threat as quickly as possible, and wastewater surveillance is very important here. And then thank you for your support to WHO Europe's work on preparedness 2.0, including the possibility for universal periodic review. Then there was a point on staff health and well-being, and my thanks to Austria for the important words on looking after the health of our own WHO staff, which, as I mentioned, I have taken as a top priority. And thank you for the appreciation to the TAR, the Accountability Report for fostering trust and transparency, which we will present in detail tomorrow. The second block on the resilient health systems, primary healthcare. Thank you very much to Kazakhstan for the wonderful suggestion to establish a coalition of countries to promote and support primary healthcare. On the health workforce, it's clear that the pandemic has spurred action in many areas, not least of which has been tackling a legacy issue around the health workforce. Some countries refer to our flagship report, Time to Act on the Health and Care Workforce, and again my sincere appreciation to Romania, to Professor Alexandru Rafila for having convened that flagship regional meeting with 52 countries, resulting in the Bucharest Declaration, and I count on everyone Wednesday to support this very important resolution. Thank you, Romania. Closely tied to this was mentioned the crucial matter of strengthening nursing and midwifery in the region, and I note the request from Bosnia-Herzegovina to work on this in context of the Southeast European Health Network. Absolutely. Then on the One Health approach and the AMR, we note all the calls made by many countries, and here I would refer delegates to the framework we intend to bring to the Regional Committee next year for adoption by the Member States, a framework on One Health, and my appreciation to the One Health Technical Advisory Group I had established, particularly to the chair, Dr. Maggie de Blok, former Minister of Health and Social Affairs of Belgium, and also for the leadership support of Professor Ilona Kikbush. Then on access to medicines, sincere appreciation to Norway, who was, and we have to acknowledge this always, the initiator of the Oslo Medicines Initiative, which actually, dear delegates, is moving fast. Remember, last year, we presented the initiative at a ministerial lunch in Tel Aviv. Today, we have the 4 working groups up and running with 4 chairs and co-chairs by the member states and financing, including 8 umbrella pharmaceutical associations, patient associations, insurers, of course the member states, European Commission and the OECD. And all of this in line with the FENSA rules, very transparent. Third block is on resilient people. Several countries mentioned about the climate change, and I took note of strong support for the Budapest Declaration, which I put central during my address this morning. Towards maintaining this momentum, we were now informed very recently that Euro will have a dedicated session on the Health Day at the COP28. This is great news. We know there is a Health Day, the 3rd of December in Dubai, and Bruce, please express my appreciation also to Dr. Marianera for a very good collaboration. So we will have a dedicated session on the impact of climate on health in the region. And of course, we'll come, please, if any countries would like to participate, do not hesitate to contact me or Mr. Rob Butler. Thank you, Germany, for the tremendous support to our office in Bonn on health and environment. We were very honored that the Minister of Health, Professor Karl Lauterbach, went with me to Bonn, was the first German Minister of Health in, I believe, 12 years. And then we had the Minister of Environment, Steffi Lemke, herself at the conference in Budapest. We are now going to expand the team in Bonn on climate change. Then on well-being economy, my appreciation to Italy in particularly for having mentioned and raised the very good work done by the Venice office in this regard. And I'm very committed to, as I told to the head of delegation of Italy, to come myself for the 20th anniversary of the Venice office, of course, first passing through Rome to meet the Minister of Health and Foreign Affairs. Mental health was mentioned time and again. You know, this is a flagship and we're very concerned about this, but also a lot of very good work being happening. Then on NCDs, thank you to all the heads of delegation who attended the high-level technical briefing to launch our 100-week challenge. 100 weeks up to the 2025 UN high-level meeting on NCDs, where again, we would like to recover our global leadership position. And some of you immediately gave already some very good input including on the intersectorality and need for whole-of-government approach. I found very inspiring intervention by the United Kingdom, who, if I got it right, was mentioning about tobacco regulation for ban smoking for people under 14 years. This is quite something. We will follow up on that one. Then on social participation and trust, the importance of youth participation in our work cannot be overstated. And I appreciate that some member states acknowledged the Youth for Health initiative. Yesterday, the outcome declaration of the Primary Healthcare Conference, Global Conference, was led by the youth. And we finished with the youth. And thank you, Slovenia, particularly Dr. Vesna Petric, for championing on the social participation. The final points I have, I will do in the Russian language. Я хочу поблагодарить все страны Центральной Азии за вашу высокую оценку работы нашей организации и конкретно нашего регионального офиса и страновых команд. И я рад, что в ваших выступлениях вы отметили наше сотрудничество как на двухстороннем уровне, так и на субрегиональном в рамках той региональной дорожной карты по охране здоровья в Центральной Азии, которая получила нашими общими усилиями самую высокую президентскую политическую поддержку. Еще раз спасибо большое, глубоко уважаемый президент Таджикистана Эмомали Рахмон. Я уверен, что эта политическая поддержка является не только солидным доказательством того, что забота о человеке, о его здоровье является национальным приоритетом, а также согласованным региональным приоритетом ваших политик и действий. Она послужит также серьезным инструментом для привлечения новых инвестиций в здоровье ваших стран и региона. И вы можете полностью рассчитывать на меня и на мой офис как самого главного и стратегического партнера в этом деле. Я также с удовольствием приму участие в работах Совета по сотрудничеству в области здравоохранения СНГ в ноябре в Кыргызстане, в Бишкек. Я также хочу отметить позитивный опыт Российской Федерации по использованию налоговых инструментов для уменьшения потребления табачных изделий и сахарно содержащих продуктов питания, а также опыта по интеграции услуг психологической помощи в ПМСП. Спасибо вам большое.
Спасибо большое, доктор Ханс, за вашу реакцию на выступление относительно вашего отчета. So now I switch to the English, and I also would like to invite the Assistant Director General of the WHO, Mr. Bruce Aylward, to have some interventions on behalf of the General Director. So, Mr. Bruce Aylward, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Director General, I have a great pleasure to thank you for the thoughtful, insightful, and I would say, Regional Director, some very frank feedback we've received about our program of work to date, as well as our priorities as we look forward. This is hugely valuable and, as always, hugely appreciated. I'd like to make three brief comments on behalf of the Director General and to complement the comments made by our Regional Director, Hans. The first, I would like to reaffirm for all of our member states that the Director General, the Regional Director, and all of us at WHO share the deep concern of you, the member states, that we heard repeatedly in the interventions today about the increasing complexity of the world in which we are trying to create health and well-being. And we note in particular your concern that compounding the problems of climate that we heard about, of fiscal constraints and others, are some self-imposed challenges as a result of conflict. And we appreciate in particular the reaffirmation by the member states because it is so important to our work of the sanctity of health workers, health facilities, and the means of transporting those, of course, affected by conflict and other disasters. So we note this, we appreciate this, and reinforce again just its importance. We also appreciate in this regard, in particular, and Regional Director, you spoke to this, the recognition of the risk to our own staff who are operating in these environments. The second point, and related to this, we'd like to reinforce is that we share your assessment of that increasing complexity of the world in which we operate, climate change escalating, some of the problems associated with a tighter fiscal environment globally, aging populations, greater burden of non-communicable diseases, as well, of course, of the conflict we just spoke to. We're well aligned on that common assessment. And that does indeed reinforce the importance of moving forward with a new and a refreshed strategy for the next 4 years in response to this changing environment, and that will then underpin our investment round as we go forward. So we look forward tomorrow to discussing in more detail the thinking around GPW 14, but even today we've heard a very strong affirmation of the importance of the promote, provide, protect agenda. And within that, repeatedly, the agenda around climate and health, the agenda on health determinants, the agenda on health system strengthening and primary health care, those fundamental issues around workforce, financial protections, etc. We've also heard, of course, the importance of moving forward on the agendas of PPR and emergencies. There are many other points. Hans has spoken to a number of these. We've heard them all and look forward to a further discussion on so many of these tomorrow, the coming days, and as we develop GPW 14 over the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce, for your intervention. And now we need to go to the adoption procedures, and to conclude this agenda item, the Regional Committee is invited to consider the adoption of the proposed draft decision on RD's report contained in the document, report of the Regional Director of the work of the WHO Regional Office for Europe in 2020-2023, and the midpoint review of the European Programme of Work 2025. As we received some amendments from the Russian Federation into the resolution, after listening to these interventions, so I think that the delegates might need a bit more time to negotiate and try to reach a consensus in the spirit of our regional committee. Therefore, I would like to propose to suspend this item and return to the adoption of the draft decision later on. And the Secretariat will distribute those amendments to you a little bit later, so shortly, as soon as possible. So, if it's acceptable, so we conclude that we suspend this item for later on.